at 314 North River Street in beautiful East Dundee, Illinois. Go the distance and find your social at The Distance Social.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Blue Jays beat the White Sox 9-2. Toronto scored 7 times in the bottom of the second. Bo Bichette homered and had 3 RBI. Dalton Varsho reached base 3 times and drove in a pair. Chicago wrapped up their road trip at 1-5. Tommy Pham had a solo homer. Paul DeYoung hit a sac fly. The Sox are just 5-21 away from home. At Wrigley Field Wednesday, the Braves pounded the Cubs 9-2. Atlanta put up 6 runs in the top of the 7th. Max Fried struck out 9 while throwing a 3-hitter for his second complete game of the season. Marcell Ozuna, Matt Olson, and Adam Duvall homered for the Braves, who had dropped 5 of 6. Chicago's runs came in the bottom of the 6th and the 8th. Miguel Amaya had an RBI ground out. Then in the 8th, Dansby Swanson scored on a wild pitch. Bears OTAs continue today as the team gets set for mandatory minicamp in June. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
This is sponsored by Burger King. Burger King is turning 70 on June 1st and wants to celebrate with you. In honor of this milestone birthday, have it your way with sweet deals for members of the free Burger King loyalty program, Royal Perks. Members will have access to 7 days of daily exclusive digital offers like a free hamburger and free original chicken sandwich with purchases of 70 cents or more, beginning on May 28th and running through June 3rd. Among the digital deals, Royal Perks members can enjoy a medium, ice-cold Coca-Cola soft drink for free with a purchase of 70 cents or more on Thursday, May 30th. Royal Perks members can also celebrate with a $6 birthday meal featuring a flame-grilled Whopper Jr., small fries, small soft drink, and the all-new birthday pie slice for just $6. To learn more about all of the BK birthday offers and to get in on the party, including playing an exclusive game on the BK app, download the Burger King app and sign up for Royal Perks today. Price and participation vary.
Here at WRMN Radio, we try to connect with the community and discuss important issues, like our current mental health crisis. Here's Lori Baker, President and CEO of AID.
I think most people, when they see young children thinking about suicide at the ages of 5 and 6 and 7, I mean, that's shocking to me that children even know that they want to harm themselves somehow. I know it's difficult. I definitely feel the pinch. We all feel the pinch at the gas pump, at the grocery store, right, in our rents, but I think most people could handle 27 cents a day to help kids and seniors and people experiencing homelessness.
Discussions like this take place on the first shift, weekday mornings from 6 to 10, right here on WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN 1410 Radio on Facebook.
And welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin, Illinois on a Thursday morning. Already daylight. It is that time of the year where it gets bright very early in the morning, and it's kind of nice. Welcome to the first shift. I'm Marky B reporting. The first shift starts every day with our Pledge of Allegiance and our national anthem. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. morning from WRMN and from the Fox River Valley Media Network.
Welcome to the first shift, right here on the Voice of the Valley, WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM. Don't get that excited. I'm only introducing Marky B. Exactly. Featuring local news and sports, your Fox Valley forecast and local traffic twice an hour at 15 and 45 minutes past. Timely interviews, a radio shopping show preview, milestones and memories, and born on dates of the lates and greats. Elgin Trivia, and all of your phone calls, texts, and Facebook comments as part of the staff meeting. The First Shift is the most informative, entertaining, and interactive morning show in all of the Fox River Valley and beyond.
You liar!
Well, okay. At least it makes great background noise, whether you're at work, in the car, or at home.
Whatever!
Your host, Marky B, maintains an upbeat attitude every day despite the fact that he's saddled with an overall lack of talent, a delusioned ego, and false hope for a bright future.
Loser.
Yeah, he's pretty much a loser, but at least he tries. Welcome to Studio 14 in downtown Elgin for the First Shift on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Welcome to Thursday here at WRMN. Thursday, May 23rd, 2024. Day 144, week 21, quarter 2. We have a new atomic clock on the bottom of our computer. It tells me all that information. It's the 144th day of the year. In the 21st week of the year. Did you know that? So that means we are 40% through the year right now, basically 21 weeks out of 52. So we got that going for us. The year is moving right along, and we're moving into summer-like days. The winter-like days are over with, and warming up from here. Could be a very hot summer on the way. Enjoy the nice, pleasant temperatures as long as we can get them. And hope that they stick around all summer. As we start the show today, we're looking at 55 degrees and fair skies. Winds are out of the south at 5 miles an hour. Nice and cool outside this morning. I got a sweatshirt on at the moment. I don't plan to wear it all day, but it kind of feels nice and snug right now. It's an old Back to Blue sweatshirt. And I wondered if, I'm not going to study it, but I wondered if there's a stain on this sweatshirt. Right there. I don't know if you can see where I'm pointing if you're watching on YouTube right now. There's a little round stain. I've been forever trying to wash it, spray it. I don't know what it is, but it won't come out. And so I wonder if you can see that on the camera. I like this sweatshirt. Wish I could lose the stain. 6:11 here at WRMN. Maybe I was out checking some fluids on my vehicle or something. All right, well, let's get this fun show underway. It's going to be a busy, fast-paced, kind of hustle-bustle show today, I think, because we have two different guests coming in on the program this morning, and I'll tell you about that in just a moment. Let's start with the weather forecast. As I mentioned, fair and 55. Sunshine today with a high of about 80. We have clear skies tonight with a low of 58. And then showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast tomorrow afternoon. But nothing that's going to stick around too long, I don't think. Partly sunny. Tomorrow will be much like today, with a high of about 80 degrees today and tomorrow. A 60% chance of an afternoon shower or thunderstorm tomorrow. Tomorrow night, Friday night, showers and thunderstorms likely. A 70% chance. Then becoming mostly clear, with a low of 54, so it sounds like there's a good chance at some point tomorrow or tomorrow night we'll see a little rain shower for a bit. 54 tomorrow night. Saturday and Sunday look nice. Saturday looks brilliant. Sunshine with a high of 75 degrees on Saturday. Saturday night down to 55 again, and then Sunday showers are likely, possibly a thunderstorm very early in the morning. on Sunday, and then mostly cloudy skies Sunday with a high of 71. A 70% chance of early morning rain. We don't like to look around the corner to Monday too often, but since it's Memorial Day, people have Monday on their mind for a change. And on Memorial Day, there's a chance of showers. It's still being very vague about when that chance might be right now. Partly sunny skies on Memorial Day with a high of 69. Sounds like they don't really know, so they just throw that in there. A chance of showers on Memorial Day, partly sunny with a high of 69. So a nice cool day for Memorial Day. If you're here in the Elgin area or you want to come to Elgin, we have a lot going on in our town this weekend. Elgin's the home of WRMN. WRMN is the home for you all over Kane County. But come on and visit Elgin this weekend and enjoy some of the great tributes and events that we have going on in conjunction with Memorial Day. I'll tell you about those during First Shift 411 this morning. All right, coming up on the show today, this hour, we'll let you know what's happening on the radio shopping show. Shop show this afternoon from 3 until 6. Matt's going to have a special radio shopping show for you Saturday morning this week from 9 until 12. That'll be a restock show. Leah will have restock tomorrow morning on her show. She's been in the Dells, so she hasn't done her Friday show for the last couple of weeks, but she's due back tomorrow morning to do her show. So a couple of chances for you to shop on the shop show. Tomorrow morning, 10 to 12, and then Saturday morning, 9 to 12, but of course this afternoon, 3 to 6, and I'll let you know what you can shop for in the 650 segment. But there will be no afternoon radio shopping show. Well, there'll be 1 hour tomorrow afternoon. But then we're going to have a live broadcast from the Wall That Heals in West Dundee. So keep that in mind. I'll share more information about that in about an hour as well. Also coming up on the show today, we'll have news stories. I understand a pedestrian may have been struck by a train around Bartlett this morning. It's got some Metro Milwaukee West lines messed up. So if you're trying to take the Metro out of Elgin this morning, I'm not sure. You might be in for a delay. I'll see if I can find out more information about that. Other news stories that I've been tracking. First Shift 411, our staff meeting, as we are on YouTube this morning at WRMN Radio on YouTube if you want to join us. We'll go through all the great comments that you make every day in our chat room as we get into our staff meeting this morning. We are on YouTube, WRMN Radio on YouTube. And at 9 o'clock this morning, a brand new show debuts. It's called Kane County Speaks. Brian Anderson will be your host. He's been on this show a couple of times. And Kane County Speaks is a grassroots organization. Brian's going to be here to tell you about it this morning. I'm not sure if he has guests or not. He'll be well prepared. I'm pretty sure of that. From the few times I've met Brian Anderson, he always seems prepared. So we'll talk about some of the issues of Kane County every other Thursday morning in the 9 o'clock hour. And this morning is the debut show. That's coming up this morning in the 9 o'clock hour. Brian Kilmeade at 10. Out to lunch today at noon. Paul Druzinski will join Sonar today on Out to Lunch to talk about the big event at Elgin Academy on Saturday. It is 6:17 here at WRMN on this, your Thursday morning. This is the Everly Brothers. This is Kathy's Clown.
Don't want your love anymore. Don't want your kisses, that's for sure. I die each time I hear this sound. Here he comes, that's Kathy's Clown.
1960, on this date, the Everly Brothers began a 5-week run at the top of the Billboard Hot 100 with this song that you just heard, Kathy's Clown. The song, which spent 7 weeks at number 1 in the UK, would become the duo's the biggest single, while its unusual structure would influence a host of other artists. It's a great song. I've always loved that song. Kathy's Clown by the Everlys on WRMN. It's 6:19 coming up in just a couple of minutes. We'll check the news and the dumb daily holidays. We'll get into your comments, too. This is the first shift. It's going to be a beautiful day. Sunshine with a high of 80. We're 55 this hour.
Looking to get your fingers on some delicious grub? Look no further than Sticky Fingers in Carpentersville. Family owned and operated, Sticky Fingers specializes in chicken, fish, and shrimp, which you can choose to have dusted with flavor or doused in the sauce of your choice. Sticky Fingers strives to provide flavorful food with fresh, locally sourced ingredients. Sticky Fingers personally invites you to stop by and try one of their scrumptious dishes today.
For exceptional home-cooked meals, visit the longest family-owned restaurant in Elgin. Paul's Family Restaurant at Lawrence and McLean takes pride in their fresh daily specials like steaks, fish, pasta, soups, and more. Paul's fresh buttermilk pancakes and breakfast skillets are phenomenal. As you walk in, you can't help but notice owner Elaine's wonderful eye for detail. The toughest decision you'll have to make is what size leftover box to take home. Call 847-695-8687.
How many times have you heard about or driven past the Volo Auto Museum and still haven't checked it out? They have over 200,000 square feet of heated showrooms filled with countless collections of the most amazing mechanical marvels in the world. From incredible collector cars, movie cars, trains, boats, and planes, to a Disney gallery, dinosaurs, vintage arcades, kiddie rides, and a medieval torture exhibit, plus the Titanic Museum. They're open every day from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Visit volofund.com.
We ask seniors how to prevent Medicare scams.
My best advice, if you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. These people are well trained. Don't talk to them.
They don't know me. They're just trying to scam me.
Don't be fooled. Hang up. Just hang up.
Never give out your Medicare number.
They're going to get your number to put in a false claim.
If I get a call from someone, I don't pick up the phone, and should I pick up the phone and they ask for information, then I hang up.
How do you detect Medicare fraud?
Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly.
Scammers can get a hold of your number, order medical devices through your account, and you're not even going to know about it if you don't look at your statement.
Check your statement every month. If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you report it.
Call your senior Medicare Patrol.
To report Medicare fraud, call the Senior Medicare Patrol at 800-699-9043.
For local information and fun times in the mornings, listen to Marky B and Larry Jones on the first shift.
Maybe we need to get a radio intern in to help you.
Maybe so.
Somebody that you won't have to pay and you can treat them tough.
I can haze them.
You can't haze. You'll get fired. Remember that guy from Northwestern?
Yeah.
Gone.
Did he really do it?
You don't have to really do it. If somebody says you did,
yeah,
good enough. Maybe I'm going to accuse you of hazing me. I don't have to prove it.
It's the first shift, weekdays from 6 to 10 a.m. right here on WRMN.
Keep informed with everything that's going on with the Radio Shopping Show by joining our VIP Text Club today. All you have to do is text the message WRMN 1410 to the number 94253 and you're in. You'll receive timely information about shopping show specials instantaneously as they happen. Message and data rates may apply. The voice of the Valley and the home of the Radio Shopping Show, we are WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Taqueria Las Cumbres, Crystal Lake's authentic Mexican restaurant on Grant Street, is open for carryout. For over 15 years, Taqueria Las Cumbres has been serving up all of your favorite Mexican dishes and doing it better than the rest. Recently voted the best in McHenry County. Stop in and carry out the authentic taste of Mexico and see for yourself. Support local for lunch and dinner today and place an order from Taqueria Las Cumbres. Call 815-455-8200 for Taqueria Las Cumbres of downtown Crystal Lake.
Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back, 624. There's me on YouTube. See me? in all my glory. It's the first shift here at WRMN. And thanks for joining me. However you may be joining me this morning. Good morning to some of our great first shifters who check in every day, like Linda Carter. Linda Carter. Whoosh. Whoosh. Linda Carter. Struggling with that high tone these days. God bless. Keep the faith. Walk in victory with Jesus, with Linda Carter, every day. Linda Carter and Jesus. Thanks for checking in. LC opened the office doors this morning at 12:02 to get us started. Tony Cool stamped the show today. She always does. 3:55 a.m. She let us know that this is the 98th staff meeting of 2024. Staff meeting number 98. That's 1055 ACB. Let's win this day. Let's win this day. The 98th meeting of the year, and the bell sounds good today. The bell sounds crisp. Thanks, Tony Cool. She checked in this morning at 3:55 to give me the tally. Good morning to Blackhawks Brad. Believe it or not, I have a haiku. No title, but I have a haiku. Give me a title. Well, you don't know what the haiku says, so you might have a hard time titling it. Maybe you can give me a title, and we'll see if it matches the haiku when I get to it. The word of the day from Blackhawks Brad today is belie. Belie, to give false idea or impression of something, to show something to be false or wrong. Let's win this day. Belie. I'm not sure if I used it right in my haiku, but you can be the judge of that. We'll have the haiku somewhere around 6:55 or so. Let's win this day. The American flag flies, the eagle flies over the fabulous Fox River, and where's the prayer scoreboard? BHB sends prayer number 1. Did LC not send me any prayers today? Let's see. Linda Carter. Did I miss some prayers? No, not today. So 1 prayer so far. CK checks in at 4:59, comforting Kathleen. And she's the leader of the band. She'll be joined, I'm sure, by Anna the Chairman here shortly. Gregarious Gina has been working on our painting project. She's working on that right now. The band will probably be getting together for coffee in a little while. Have a wonderful and safe Thursday. Stay safe so you're not called out. Big Memorial Day weekend on the way, so be careful. 7 prayers from CK to add to our prayer scoreboard, giving us 8. And 7 American flags, just in time for the Memorial Day holiday. We say good morning to Nando. He checked in this morning at 6:12. What's going on, Nando? Good morning and happy Thursday, everyone. Be kind and helpful to others. Be kind and helpful to others. And Northwest West checked in. He says, I don't know if you reported it, but the Metro Milwaukee District line is stopped for a pedestrian death in Bartlett. I did mention it a few minutes ago. I did look into it just a little bit during the break, and that's basically all the information that we have. Milwaukee District West train 2202 will not operate past Bartlett due to a pedestrian incident. And Northwest West says it's a pedestrian death, and usually it is. Hit by a train, probably going to die. Probably want to die if you're hit by a train. Let's see. Train 2202 will not operate past Bartlett due to a pedestrian incident. Trains 2204, 06, and 08 will accommodate passengers. Passengers should expect extensive delays near Bartlett. They will update the information as soon as it becomes possible. But let's see, the prior notice. Yeah, so it was train 2202 was the train that hit a pedestrian. And I assume that happened just past Bartlett, between Bartlett and Hanover Park. Because if these trains are able to get to Bartlett, then you know, I'm assuming that it happened right around there. So that's sad. That's sad. Some of the other trains are still operating, but there's going to be extensive delays right around the Bartlett area this morning. I was coming over the tracks at about 5:30 this morning right here in downtown Elgin. It had already happened, but I wondered if the train was going to be off schedule because I was right on line with the time where either I was barely going to make it over the tracks or the train was going to get me. And I drove over the top of the tracks. I looked to the north. I didn't see any train light. So I thought, yeah, they must be late or behind or a little bit off schedule this morning. And I had already heard that there was an incident over there in Bartlett. So 6:30 here at WRMN. So that's one sad incident that has taken place this morning. We'll check some more news here in just a moment with our newscast that's provided to us every day. Let me see what other news I can share with you real quick. And then we'll have more with you throughout the morning today. One bit of news that I want to share with you is news about a guest. Tomorrow we're having a big broadcast at the Wall That Heals. And that's in Randall Oaks Park in West Dundee, technically. It's right around the area where Elgin changes into West Dundee. And we thank True Patriots Care and Jerry Christofferson, a very good man who's worked very hard to bring the Wall That Heals back to our area. True Patriots Care is really making an impact in our area. And we've been pleased to be able to make, donations to True Patriots Care through Back the Blue and America's First Responders Fest the last couple of years. True Patriots Care now is sponsoring the event or the broadcast tomorrow afternoon. So join us tomorrow afternoon from 4 until 6, and our thanks to True Patriots Care. Another sponsor of tomorrow's broadcast, the Elgin Township Republicans. And Ed Dring, a member of the 7-Letter Club and a listener of the First Shift, and the chairman of the Elgin Township Republicans, is going to stop in this morning at, what time did we say, Ed? 8:30? I think so. 8:30 to talk about the Elgin Township Republicans a little bit. He recently became the new chairman, replacing Nicole Dean. Nicole decided not to run again, and Ed was very interested in replacing her. So he's come in to Nicole's spot, and he's got some ideas on what he wants to do to help the Elgin Township Republicans become a little more prominent, make an impact in our community. And so Ed's going to tell us about that a little bit this morning when he's here at about 8:30. The Elgin Township Republicans meet on the fourth Tuesday of every month at 6:30 in the basement of the Elgin Township building at 729 South McLean Boulevard. So that would be next Tuesday, I do believe. Next Tuesday. They are trying to do good in Elgin and South Elgin, protecting children from people trying to corrupt their minds. They want to help seniors be able to afford to stay in their homes. And they're always looking for volunteers. So Ed's going to tell us about that a little bit. And Ed really feels like he'd like to reach out to some of the seniors who maybe have some time on their hands and feel like they want to make a difference in the community. So seniors listening in, if you live around here, Elgin, South Elgin, and you want to get involved a little bit, maybe you can come to a meeting. It's next Tuesday night at the Elgin Township building and learn more about how the government operates and how you can make a difference in how the government operates and help the Elgin Township Republicans with their vision. So we'll talk about that in a couple of hours with Ed Dring, the Elgin Township Republicans, and the Kane County GOP both getting together to sponsor our Wall That Heals broadcast and our July 4th broadcast from downtown Elgin. Thanks to Ed for making that happen. 6:35 here at WRMN. I'll have some more local news coming up in just a few moments. News of my own. But now let's check with our news service. We have current conditions in the 50s, 55 at the beginning of this hour. Calm conditions and heading for a high today of about 80. Same for tomorrow, a couple of very, very nice days. However, showers and thunderstorms are possible, at least for a brief time tomorrow afternoon. WRMN News Time is 6:35. Let's win this day. Elgin and the Fox River Valley are open for business. Good morning.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Explore proven results with Sky Rizzy. Elgin is set to host a celebration of Mexican Independence Day and the onset of Hispanic Heritage Month with the Fiestas Patrias set for Festival Park September 13th and 14th. The festivities will kick off with an array of cultural performances, a car meetup, and a diverse retail vendor market. A pair of 18-year-olds from Carpentersville are under arrest following a shooting on North McLean Boulevard. Luis Loya and Jose J. Gavina arrested after a shooting that occurred on May 19th resulted in one man being hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, both teenagers facing multiple gun-related charges. The Fox Valley Genealogical Society is inviting enthusiasts to delve into wartime histories with the upcoming presentation, Exploring the Greatest Generation, adding context to the veteran story by Jennifer Holick. The event scheduled for June 13th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Naperville Municipal Center. With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey pet parents, with Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles," but as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. No matter the time of the day, WRMN 1410 AM is your platform to voice your views, share your stories, and connect with the Valley like never before. We're more than just radio. We're a community conversation that's always live, always local, and always looking for your input. Want to chime in on the drive time deal with Matt McNeil? Got a hot tip for first shift with Marky B? Or maybe you've got a question for a one-on-one with Leah. Now's the time to make your voice heard by calling Studio 14 at 847-931-1410. That's 847-931-1410. You can join in the dialogue from wherever you are by commenting on our YouTube live streams at WRMN Radio. Hit the subscribe button to get notified when we go live and bring your comments to the table. It's easy, it's fun, and hey, it's what neighbors do. We talk, we listen, we engage. You're not just the audience, you're part of the show. Call in, comment, and let's make radio interactive. WRMN 1410 AM, where your words are part of our wavelength.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Bears OTAs continue today as the team gets set for mandatory minicamp in June. The Blue Jays beat the White Sox 9-2. Toronto scored 7 times in the bottom of the second. Bo Bichette homered and had 3 RBI. Dalton Varsho reached base 3 times and drove in a pair. Chicago wrapped up their road trip at 1-5. Tommy Pham had a solo homer. Paul DeYoung hit a sac fly. The Sox are just 5-21 away from home. At Wrigley Field Wednesday, the Braves pounded the Cubs 9-2. Atlanta put up 6 runs in the top of the 7th. Max Fried struck out 9 while throwing the 3-hitter for his second complete game of the season. Marcell Ozuna, Matt Olson, and Adam Duvall homered for the Braves, who had dropped 5 of 6. Chicago's runs came in the bottom of the 6th and the 8th. Miguel Amaya had an RBI ground out. Then in the 8th, Dansby Swanson scored on a wild pitch. Loser. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at cdw.com/HPPSG.
It is 6:40 and 45 seconds here on day 144, week 21, quarter 2 of 2024. It's May 23rd, so it's 523-2024-144-212. 64101. How about that? For a numerical breakdown of exactly where we are in the day and the year. Welcome back to the first shift. Welcome to the continuation of the first shift here at WRMN. Good morning to the Big Boss Man checking in this morning on YouTube. We're at WRMN Radio on YouTube, of course. And it looks like the Big Boss Man sends us our standard 15 prayers to start the day. 24 on the prayer scoreboard. Captain Keith checks in. Have a great Thursday and weekend, shifters. 4-day weekend for the captain, I guess. All shifters matter in the eyes of Captain Keith. Enjoy your 4-day weekend. We will be here. We will be here tomorrow morning for your Friday show, and I will be here Monday morning for a Memorial Day special. Larry Jones is going to hang out with me. He'll be here with Jake's tomorrow morning from 7 until 9. Tim Calderwood will be happy to be talking about the Schaumburg Boomers. He's the play-by-play voice of the Boomers. He joins us every Friday morning at about 8:40. And Boomers are off to an 8-2 start. They lost yesterday, but they were 8-1. Prior to yesterday, it's their best start in franchise history, and they are in town this weekend if you want to go catch a Schaumburg Boomers baseball game. We have tickets on the radio shopping show. The tickets are for Monday through Thursday games, or Sunday or Monday through Thursday games. So this weekend's games, you'd have to purchase your own, but you should. The Boomers are off to a great start. It's a fun time. It's Wintrust Field in Schaumburg. And they play a night game tomorrow night, and then they've started to play some Saturday afternoon games. I think this is a good call. And I believe this Saturday is a 3 o'clock game. So if you're looking for something to do this Saturday afternoon of Memorial Day weekend, there's one thing. There's lots to choose from. And I'll go over a few with the First Shift 411 segment at about 7:15 this morning. So Tim Calderwood at 8:40 on Friday morning joins me, and then Larry and myself, and eventually Dino, the director. The whole crew is going to be here doing something or another, playing some role in the Memorial Day broadcast. I'll be live doing the morning show. I'll have news. I'll have all the same features, but we'll also play some Memorial Day appropriate songs throughout the course of the morning show. Larry Jones is going to come in for a while. And then once my normal slot is filled, once the first shift, air shift is over, I'll be swinging on over to Bluff City Cemetery to join Sonar, who will be out there. Your host for Out to Lunch is also our station engineer. He'll be out there to get things set up. I'll join him, and we'll carry you through the 11 o'clock hour. But basically, we're not going to do much. It'll be the ceremony itself that carries you through the 11 o'clock hour. Maybe just a quick intro from me and Sonar. And then they'll take it away from Bluff City between 11 and 12. Then I think Dino will hold down the fort for a bit. Sonar's coming back for his Out to Lunch program between noon and 2. So live and local on Memorial Day. If you want to listen to WRMN and join us on YouTube, we'll probably have some great camera shots throughout the course of the morning of the Bluff City Cemetery once we get there. And we'll see how it all comes together. Memorial Day right here on WRMN. It is 6:45. The Elgin Patriotic Memorial Association is partnering with us on our broadcast, by the way, on Monday morning. All right, 6:45. Good morning to Becky Blue. Good morning and happy Thursday. It's supposed to be a beauty, so make it a good one with a daily dose of sunshine from Becky Blue Eyes, sending us 6. Well, they're not prayers, so I guess I shouldn't click the prayer scoreboard. Maybe I need the sunshine scoreboard. Now I'll have like separate clickers for every different thing. Thumbs up, sunshines, prayers, all the different emojis. Hey, Becky Blue, thanks for listening and checking in this morning. Linda Carter says good morning to the first shift on YouTube this morning, and she sends a pile of prayers on YouTube today. LC making the transition, sending her prayers via YouTube. 40 prayers on the prayer scoreboard. We're still sending them over to St. Joseph's Hospital, where Westside Freddy is one of our great listeners, first shifters for a long time, and he's listening in from St. Joe's this morning. Good morning, Westside. Trumpet toots from the west side. Happy Thursday morning, Mark. The bumblebee emoji. That's Mark the Foot, he calls me, but this is the Beehive on YouTube. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm doing really good here, and I think I'm getting out today at the hospital. There's the update from Westside Freddy. Miss you guys, I bet. Hospital stays are not fun, are they? Yeah, it's been, well, I'm not even going to say it. I'll just say that I know they're not fun. Miss you guys. I'll call him later, his phone says. I think he meant to say I'll call in later. But he verbalizes his text messages to his phone, and the phone doesn't always understand what you're trying to say. Westside Freddy checking in. 6:47 here at WRMN. If you're joining us, as Northwest West has alluded to on YouTube, and as I mentioned a couple of times this hour, Northwest, the Milwaukee West line is having some issues today because a pedestrian apparently has been killed by a train. And that's somewhere around the Bartlett area, the inbound Milwaukee West line. So if you're trying to travel out of Elgin on Metra today, one of the trains, 2202, is out of service. I guess the other ones are able to get around, but there are delays. So I'm not sure how that works, but I guess they're able to maneuver their way. There's maybe a couple of different tracks over there. Not 100% sure, but it's going to cause delays, and the other trains besides 2202 are in service, but just beware. If you're leaving out of Elgin, heading towards Chicago today, there's an issue around Bartlett. 6:48 here at WRMN. Thanks to my peoples on the streets last night for letting me know that there was a big Elgin police situation. I haven't checked the Elgin Police Department Facebook page to see if they put anything out on their Facebook page, but one of our great first shifters alluded to me that there was a big issue last night. And the issue was in the area of Spring Street and Jefferson last night at about 9:03 p.m. So right around the 9 o'clock hour last night, there was some sort of a problem. I got confirmation that a homeowner in that area found a possible homemade grenade or a device that was similar looking. Kane County Bomb Squad, I guess, was called to the scene to collect the item just to be safe. There was no public safety concern other than keeping people away until that item was recovered. So it was one of those situations where they were scared. Well, scared's not the right word. Being cautious, I guess, maybe scared about what that might have been. So the Kane County Bomb Squad was called, and there was a big to-do in that area last night. So apparently that's what it was. Something was found maybe in somebody's yard at the corner of Spring and Jefferson, I understand. So that's what was going on last night. In case you were in that area and you were wondering why all the squad cars were there, I will check the Elgin Police Department Facebook page in a couple of minutes to see if they posted anything about that or not, to see if there's more of an official word than I just gave you. It is 6:50 here at WRMN. Also, in the news, are we seeing an uptick in serious crime in Elgin? That's a question that I guess we'll discuss and discover and see if there's any truth to that. I'm just asking the question. And the reason I asked the question, I don't know, based on shots fired, numbers are up a little bit this year. And we've had a couple of shooting incidents in the past couple of weeks. So is this a developing problem? This week, the news is that a pair of Carpentersville teenagers are facing charges in connection with a shooting last Sunday in Elgin that left a man injured. And didn't realize I wasn't back on camera, so I am now, for all of you who really love to see my face so early in the morning. We're on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube. Luis Loyo, 18 years old, of the 100 block of Ensenada Court, charged with aggravated battery with a firearm, aggravated discharge of a firearm, 4 counts of aggravated unlawful use of a weapon, according to Elgin Police. Jose Gavina, 18 years old, also of Wren Road in Carpentersville, faces 3 counts of aggravated unlawful use of a weapon. Their arrests follow an investigation that began when police responded to reports of a shooting at 6:42 last Sunday evening, 500 block of North McLean Boulevard, near the Little Caesars Pizza. That seems to be the landmark that everybody knows on the west side of Elgin. 500 block of North McLean Boulevard. Officers arrived. They found a man suffering from non-life-threatening injuries. He was taken from the scene to a hospital for treatment. Kane County Judge Tuesday ordered Loyo to be held in custody at the county jail while his case is proceeding. They released the other guy, though, Jose Gavina, pending future court appearances. So why would they hold one and release the other? I'm not sure if Loyo had more to do with it than Jose Gavina, or if maybe Luis Loyo already at age 18 has a history of problems, and so they thought he was more dangerous, and maybe Jose hasn't been in trouble before. Don't know exactly, but that would be interesting to find out. But the chief will be here tomorrow morning, Anna Lally. We'll get some traffic information out there tomorrow. If you have any issues, thoughts, concerns, join us tomorrow morning for Fridays with the Finest, 9 to 9:30 with Elgin Police Chief Anna Lally. Tomorrow morning right here on WRMN. It is 6:52. Radio Shopping Show comes your way this afternoon at 3, and our Redemption Center opens at noon. And join Matt this afternoon. Call him at 847-931-1410. On this day in 1964, I'll give you a little more information, by the way, on the shop show in a moment. But on this day in 1964, with Can't Buy Me Love, legendary jazz vocalist Ella Fitzgerald became the first artist to score a hit with a Beatles cover song. The song, which peaked at number 34 on the UK charts, appealed to many parents of the Fab Four's fans. And I don't have Ella queued up right here, but I do have the Beatles queued up. So let's get the original version, which became a cover when Ella Fitzgerald covered it.
Can't buy me love, love, can't buy me love. I'll buy you a diamond ring, my friend, if that makes you feel alright. I'll get you can say you love me too. I may not have a lot to give, but what I got I'll give to you. I don't care too much for money. Money can't buy me love, can't buy me love. Everybody tells me so, can't buy me love. No, 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 no. Say you don't need no diamond rings, and I'll be satisfied. Tell me that you want the kind of things the money just can't buy. I don't care too much for money. Money can't buy me love. Buy me love. Everybody tells me so. Can't buy me love. No, 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 no. Say you don't need no diamond rings, and I'll be satisfied. Tell me that you want the kind of things that money just can't buy. I don't care too much for money. Money can buy me love. Buy me love. Love. Buy me love.
The Beatles in a snappy little song. 2 minutes and 11 seconds. Gets the job done, gets in, gets out. It's 6:56 here at WRMN. Hey, Bruce Shipyer, Elgin's cameraman, checking in this morning on YouTube. Hey, Bruce. I think making reference to the story I alluded to a couple of minutes ago. Spring and Jefferson last night, large police presence, and Bruce says, "Hi, that was our boy Jeff Myers playing with his toys again." Jeff Myers? Let's not start any false rumors here, Bruce. Don't want to get Jeff in trouble. I guess Jeff lives in that area. The great Jeff Myers, who's slated to do some football broadcasts this fall on WRMN. We'll see how that all pans out, but as soon as we need more, or no more, we will share that with you. It would be great to have that happen again, and Jeff Myers could be doing play-by-play for football, high school football on WRMN again, and maybe I'll get a shot at it too. Maybe I can jump in on one game. Yeah, we're hoping to delve back into that territory this fall a little bit. Let's see, the radio shopping show, we still delve into that every day. And on the shop show today, I haven't pulled up the website yet, but let me see if I can find it real quick. Go to WRMN1410.com to find out all about us here at WRMN and our daily deals. And today, don't see anything in particular, but daily deals. Well, call Redemption at noon and talk to Matt at 847-741-7700. Ah, here they are. My bad, the saying that Mean Gene hates. We have a top 10 that includes the Volo Auto Museum. Pair of tickets for $22, a great place to go up in Lake County, or is it McHenry County? Where's Volo? Northwest West. Lake or McHenry? Golden Corral of Bloomingdale, a $15 certificate for 7. I bet Volo's in Lake, right? Let's see. Churros and chocolate. We're going to have a new Elgin location here soon. But right now we have the Algonquin Churros and chocolate, a $10 certificate for 4. Schaumburg Boomers, I mentioned them this hour, a family 4-pack of tickets for $24 to go see a Boomers game. The rest of the top 10s available on our website, WRMN1410.com. Radio shopping show 3 to 6 this afternoon with Magnificent Matt. Well, I'll have to save the haiku for next hour and maybe our dumb daily holidays and Elgin 100 years ago. Good morning.
From morning coffee to your evening commute, WRMN 1410 AM is here for you, the faithful friend that brings you local news, timely topics, and the friendliest voices in the Valley. Stay informed, entertained, and engaged with our full lineup of shows, streaming all day, every day at WRMN1410.com or on the WRMN app. Wherever you are, we're right there with you. So why switch stations? Stick with the one that has it all. WRMN 1410 AM, your daily companion, your constant conversation.
The Triple Berry Cafe of Crystal Lake offers incredible breakfast and lunch options for you, and now the coffee bar is open for you to enjoy. Stop in and enjoy a relaxing cup of coffee in a peaceful setting, and if you're hungry, the Triple Berry Cafe is ready to provide you with homemade goodness. Enjoy omelets, skillets, pancakes, crepes, waffles, and much more for breakfast. Stop in at the Triple Berry Cafe for lunch and enjoy signature sandwiches, burgers, wraps, salads, and healthy options are available as well. Triple Berry Cafe, just off Randall Road in Crystal.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410. Elgin time, 7 o'clock.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Explore proven results with Sky Rizzy. A pair of 18-year-olds from Carpentersville are under arrest following a shooting on North McLean Boulevard. Luis Loya and Jose J. Gavina arrested after a shooting that occurred on May 19th resulted in one man being hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, both teenagers facing multiple gun-related charges. The Fox Valley Genealogical Society is inviting enthusiasts to delve into wartime histories with the upcoming presentation, Exploring the Greatest Generation, adding context to the veteran story by Jennifer Holick. The event scheduled for June 13th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Naperville Municipal Center. Elgin is set to host a celebration of Mexican Independence Day and the onset of Hispanic Heritage Month with the Fiestas Patrias set for Festival Park September 13th and 14th. The festivities will kick off with an array of cultural performances, a car meetup, and a diverse retail vendor market. With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Be sure to catch the first shift weekday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. for important information like fire tips from Elgin Fire Chief Rob Sagan.
The thing in the winter that we're more concerned with is carbon monoxide, because that we don't get in the summer. That carbon monoxide issues occur because of heating equipment. Anything that burns natural gas, if it is faulty, can generate high levels of carbon monoxide, which in time can be fatal. So I can't emphasize enough the importance of having carbon monoxide detectors in your home. Every single year you will see somewhere in the country, and usually we'll get one or two in the Chicagoland area, where you'll see multiple fatalities in one home. You can't smell carbon monoxide, you can't taste carbon monoxide, you have no idea it's happening. And so it's critically important that you have the right detectors in your home.
It's the first shift weekday mornings at 6 a.m. with me, Marky B, right here on WRMN.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
At Wrigley Field Wednesday, the Braves pounded the Cubs 9-2. Atlanta put up 6 runs in the top of the 7th. Max Fried struck out 9 while throwing a 3-hitter for his second complete game of the season. Marcell Ozuna, Matt Olson, and Adam Duvall homered for the Braves, who had dropped 5 of 6. Chicago's runs came in the bottom of the 6th and the 8th. Miguel Amaya had an RBI ground out. Then in the 8th, Dansby Swanson scored on a wild pitch. The Blue Jays beat the White Sox 9-2. Toronto scored 7 times in the bottom of the second. Bo Bichette homered and had 3 RBI. Dalton Varsho reached base 3 times and drove in a pair. Chicago wrapped up their road trip at 1-5. Tommy Pham had a solo homer. Paul DeYoung hit a sac fly. The Sox are just 5-21 away from home. Bears OTAs continue today as the team gets set for mandatory minicamp in June. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW make amazing happen.
Hit the open road and experience the fresh air of Wisconsin at the Grand Stay Hotel and Suites in Mount Horeb. This award-winning hotel is just outside Madison. Mount Horeb is known as the troll capital of the world. Families can go on a troll hunt through the historic downtown or check out Cave of the Mounds just minutes down the road. The Grand Stay offers a beautiful pool and a hot tub with year-round fun. Visit grandstaymounthoreb.com today to schedule your visit. Hit the open road and experience the fresh air of Wisconsin at the Grand Stay Hotel and Suites in Mount Horeb. This award-winning hotel is just outside Madison. Mount Horeb is known as the troll capital of the world. Families can go on a troll hunt through the historic downtown or check out Cave of the Mounds just minutes down the road. The Grand Stay offers a beautiful pool and a hot tub with year-round fun. Visit grandstaymounthoreb.com today to schedule your visit.
Skies and 58 degrees this hour as we head today for a high of about 80. Again, tomorrow we are going to hit 80 degrees and a little rain and a thunderstorm possible tomorrow afternoon. Let's hope it doesn't do too much because we have that live broadcast coming tomorrow from 4 until 6 from The Wall That Heals. Getting ready for a busy and a fun Memorial Day weekend. I hope your plans are set and you are ready to go. We'll have some news locally at the bottom of the hour at about 7:30. Right now, let's check some news from 100 years ago. As what happened in Elgin on Thursday, the 23rd of May, back in 1924, Larry Dreyfall.
This minute of headline news from Elgin's newspapers of 100 years ago is brought to you courtesy of the Elgin Area Historical Society. These headline stories are from May 23rd, 1924. I'm Larry Dreyfall. Employees of the Aurora, Elgin, and Fox River electric lines are preparing proposals for a pay raise. The contract for the Elgin-Carpentersville section of the line will expire May 31st. No strike is expected as negotiations appear amiable, and there's a suggestion that the current pay of 56 cents per hour for two-man and 6 cents per hour additional for one-man cars will remain. An oil mop is expected to have spontaneously combusted and caused the fire at the home of Jacob Nessler and Carl Bloom. This Liberty Street home sustained some $525 in damage. The bigger issue was broached by Fire Marshal Elmer Henryson, who commented on the number of autos following fire apparatus responding to the scene, causing second or additional fire department vehicles to be impeded in response to the call. A class of 36 Boy Scouts attended the Court of Honor at Scout headquarters at the Sterling Block. This was the largest group to be received by the Elgin Scout Council. The Scouts will attend a Memorial Day pageant as a group. The rally will be held next Saturday at Trout Park with contests, a treasure hunt, and an evening campfire. The newly organized Student Council at Elgin High School will offer a private textbook exchange for the coming session. Books will be purchased at wholesale and sold to students at no profit. Those were the headline stories from Elgin's newspapers of 100 years ago, brought to you courtesy of the Elgin Area Historical Society. Visit the Elgin History Museum at 360 Park Street, Elgin.
We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Say you don't.
The first shift rolls on into the 7 o'clock hour. Thursday morning sunshine.
Say you don't care who goes to that kind.
Manufactured music from Starship.
Knee deep in the hoopla.
1980s.
Sinking in your fight. Too many runaways eating up the night. Marconi plays the mamba. Listen to the radio. Don't you remember? We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Whatever.
Starship bringing us back on this date in 1973, Jefferson Airplane.
Corporation game.
That's what Starship was called back in 1973, was Jefferson Airplane. They were prevented from giving a free concert in Golden Gate Park when San Francisco authorities passed a resolution banning electronic instruments. The group later wrote, "We built this city," about that ban. Huh. I did not know that. So, I guess back in the day, you know, Jefferson Airplane was like a San Francisco originated band during the hippie years and the cult years and whatnot. And San Francisco started to not like them because they were trying to use electronic instruments. And so later, they said, you know what? We built that city. We built that city on rock and roll, man.
Whatever.
Jefferson Airplane and Starship. All right, it is 7:11 here at WRMN. Back here on the first shift, and 58 degrees this hour. Winds are calm. I hope you are. We're headed for a high of 80 today. Sunshine. Back to 58. Clear tonight. Tomorrow, showers and thunderstorms likely in the afternoon. Partly sunny otherwise with a high again of 80. And Jerry Christofferson of True Patriots Care says we'll be under his tent tomorrow, so I guess we'll stay dry, but I hope it's not raining when we're doing the broadcast tomorrow afternoon. I hope it's okay. The Wall That Heals in our broadcast from 4 until 6, brought to you by True Patriots Care and the Elgin Township Republicans and the Kane County GOP. And Ed Dring, a member of the 7-Letter Club, is going to stop in at about 8:30 this morning to tell us a little bit about the Elgin Township Republicans as he becomes chairman, a little bit about his vision. And if you lean that way, or regardless of which way you lean, we shouldn't lean anyway. I mean, I guess we should be open-minded to leaning whichever way makes the most sense, right? Ed will talk about things for a few minutes with me at 8:30 this morning. Then coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, Brian Anderson in a new show called Kane County Speaks. You might want to check out their website. I think I will at the top of the next hour during my break and see what are some of the things that Kane County Speaks, what they are speaking about. What are they trying to accomplish? Brian He shows up at a lot of the Kane County board meetings. He's very active. He's only been active for a couple of years, I think. Maybe not even a couple of years. But he's gotten frivolously, is that the right word? Feverishly, maybe that's the right word. Feverishly active over the past year or so when he started to study local government a little bit, and he did not like things that were going on that he now knows that most people don't know about, that are inactive, that just go on with their lives. And so Brian, one of his mission statements, I guess, as a person would be, try to get more people to do what he did, and that is get more involved in government locally. He goes to Kane County board meetings. He speaks up. He's always a part of the public comments, and so he'll be prepared. I'm not sure if he has a guest today or not, or what his plan is. But Brian will host the show, and I'll kind of guide him into it, and we'll see what Brian's got for us this morning with Kane County Speaks in the 9 o'clock hour. Coming up at noon today, Sonar's got out to lunch, and today we will feature Paul Drzezinski with Elgin Academy. Because one of the major, many events going on this Memorial Day weekend is kind of a goodbye party, a farewell celebration for Elgin Academy's legacy. And it looks like the weather Saturday is going to be amazing. They won't be able to ask for a better day. As Saturday, we have sunshine in the forecast with a high of 75. There is a chance of showers on Sunday, about a 70% chance, but I think that's supposed to be very early in the morning. And then it turns into a cloudy and sunny day on Sunday with a high of 71. And then Memorial Day, the predicted high, only 69. And that's kind of when we turn the corner into summer in our minds, right? Well, the temperature is not turning to summer on Memorial Day, as we'll only be at 69 degrees. But I think for a lot of people that are planning on going out to the Bluff City Cemetery or to any other local event going on in conjunction with Memorial Day, if they're going to a picnic, if they're going kayaking, whatever their plans might be, but especially going to an event where you're standing there watching something, a 69-degree day is not such a bad thing. You're not just standing there baking in the sunshine. So I'm sure a lot of people are happy to hear that. Memorial Day, 69 degrees, and a sweatshirt might be the weather for that one, or a little jacket. And we have our Bluff City Cemetery broadcast Memorial Day morning at 11 a.m. right here on WRMN. All right, but Saturday is the Elgin Academy Legacy Celebration, 1 to 4, 350 Park Street, Elgin Academy campus. 185 years of history. And Paul Drzezinski is going to be here to talk to Sonar. Dennis Green, our midday host for Out to Lunch, about what's going to take place 12:30 today, and maybe a little bit about the history of Elgin Academy. I've kind of teamed up with Sonar a little bit as far as he's planning on making a move to Elgin here at some point. But when he became managing partner of the radio station, his home base was and still is Evanston, so he's a little ways down the road. So Sonar's still learning every day more about Kane County and about how this area over here operates. And with our station being here in downtown Elgin, Sonar's learning more about Elgin all the time. So, I don't know, my quest in a way with some of these interviews is I like to put people with Sonar on his show because A, he's a really good interviewer, B, it educates him a little bit about some of our local people. And that's why we had Jen Fukala from the Downtown Neighborhood Association yesterday. She joined him, and it was like the first time he had met her. So the interview was more like wide open. You know, I've had Jen on this show 25 times, at least. And so, you know, Sonar offers a new perspective that I might not offer when I've talked to the same person time and time again. There goes Hector and Jeremiah rolling by the radio station. Have a great day, fellas.
Hell yeah.
They're on the Honkers Log, and they're early this morning, 7:18. Honkers Log time for Hector and Jeremiah. So I have been the setup man, and Sonar's been the closer in baseball talk. I set him up. Sonar closes the deal. Today I set him up with Paul Drzezinski from Elgin Academy. Next week, we're going to have a young man who just graduated ECC, who has an amazing story. His name is Alex, and I have to learn how to say his last name correctly. The natural way that you would want to say his last name by looking at it is Grief. But it's spelled a little bit weird, like G-R-E-I-F-F. So I'm not sure if there's a different way of pronouncing that, but it looks like Alex Grief. He just graduated from ECC. He's got major health problems and has had major health problems his entire life that he's had to overcome to even survive this long. And I'm not sure how much more time Alex has with us, but he just graduated from ECC, and I saw some information about him and reached out to him and said, we'd like to talk to you on the radio. So Alex is going to come into the studio next Tuesday with Sonar at about 12:30, and it could be kind of a touching and interesting interview. We'll see how that all unfolds, but that's Alex next Tuesday at 12:30 with Sonar. And then I'm trying to line up a couple of more interviews next week as well, one of which would be with Patrice. She has a French last name, so I don't want to mess it up right now, but Patrice is with the organization that had the picnic in South Elgin last Sunday, and I believe she's going to come in next Thursday with Sonar on his show to talk about why, in her view and in her organization's view, the Fox River Dam should be saved. The dams should be saved, but I think she's focused on the one in South Elgin. The really nice-looking dam right there by Panton Mill Park. That's where the picnic was. So lots of great interviews coming up on Sonar's Out to Lunch program. And I'm trying to help facilitate some of those, and it kind of helps get Sonar more into our area and knowing and learning and meeting some people around here. And I like listening to the interviews because then I can just listen and learn more than I think I do when I'm actually asking the questions. It's 7:21 here at WRMN. This is the First Shift. And this is First Shift 411. So we'll learn more about Elgin Academy's Legacy Celebration today at 12:30. What else is happening that I need to let you know about with First Shift 411 right now? Boy, there's a lot going on. Saturday, the Open Elgin Museum Crawl is going on. Noon to 4. You can hop around Elgin in many ways on Saturday. If you have anything to do with Elgin Academy, I think the public is welcome. They're going to have food trucks and stuff on the campus, so if you want to stop by there, you can, even if you don't have an association with Elgin Academy. But you can also jump around these museums. Maybe you shouldn't jump. You could probably walk. You could ride bikes. You could ride your bike from place to place. These places are all pretty close together. That would be fun. There's the Elgin History Museum at 360 Park Avenue. The Elgin Public Museum at 225 Grand Boulevard over there by Lords Park, in Lords Park. The U46 Planetarium and Observatory at 312 Watch Street. The Gale Borden Main Library, everybody knows where that is, right? 270 North Grove Avenue. If you're in the Elgin area or you live around here, you know where that is. And the Elgin Fire Barn Museum at 533 St. Charles Street. What's the best order on your bicycle? I haven't really thought about a good route and what would be the first place to go on that route. I guess it depends. I guess you could start at the library and work your way out towards the Elgin Public Museum, or vice versa, because the Elgin Public Museum would be the furthest east. The best bike route for the museum crawl, not sure, but those 5 places are yours for the taking on Saturday from noon until 4. Free admission, and I guess they're going to have a trolley. So you can ride the trolley or you can do it yourself. Go to openelgin.com for more information. And that's openelgin.com. And I guess they're going to have an Open Elgin trolley that kind of goes from place to place if you want to go on the scheduled route. But if you want to do it yourself, you can do that too. That's this Saturday from noon until 4. How about that? All right. The Boomers play Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock at Schaumburg Boomer Stadium. If you want to catch some baseball. So you could do the museum crawl for a couple of hours, and then you could hop on out to a Boomers game. There's so much to choose from Saturday. And the day is going to be perfect. Sunshine and 75 degrees. I got a list a couple of days ago from my friend, the Car Czar, John Polero, letting me know about all the great car shows that he is putting together this summer. It's going to be quite the car show circuit. And the first one on his list, well, they're going to have one in Gilbert's. I got to get a little more detail on that. That is on June the 8th, which is a Saturday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Gilbert's. And that's going to be a car show with a portion of the proceeds going to America's First Responders Fest. So thank you, John Polero, for putting that together. His first car show at Panton Mill Park in South Elgin is coming up on Tuesday, June the 18th, and that's an evening, as they will have the car shows on Tuesday evening and then live music every Wednesday night at Panton Mill Park in South Elgin. JP's first car show is Tuesday, June the 18th at Panton Mill Park. Then there's Sunday, July 14th at the Elgin History Museum. That's a big one. That's going to be it's a great car show. It's a great area to have a car show. A great historic part of town. And our friends Rick Lindy and the Wild Ones are going to play as a part of that event as well. So get out this year and enjoy that. That's Sunday, July the 14th, Elgin History Museum. The car show's from 10 to 3:30. Panton Mill Park again 2 days later on the 16th of July, a Tuesday. JP puts together the car show at the Kane County Fair the following weekend, July 20th and 21st, Saturday and Sunday. Car show 10 to 3:30, and the fair opens at noon on each of those days. Downtown Elgin at the parking lot over there near Festival Park, Riverside Drive, somewhere in that area right over there. Downtown Elgin, Sunday, August the 4th. The list goes on and on. I guess the Car Czar now is going to be putting together a car show for what makes Elgin Township tick, which is Elgin Township's yearly celebration of the township. I guess they have it over there at the Elgin Township campus. The parking lot, lots of social service organizations are represented that day, and I believe they're going to have the bouncy house from the Elgin Police Department and a lot to do, and I guess a car show too. That's at What Makes Elgin Township Tick, which is Saturday, August the 17th. And the car show is from 10 to 3:30 that day. The list goes on and on. Car Czar, of course, his car show, which we are proud to have now for the 4th year at the America's First Responders Fest. Saturday, September the 7th, 11 until 7, Panton Mill Park, South Elgin. That's our biggie here at WRMN. Come join us that day. 4 bands, several food trucks, a 5K, rapid response 5K, which will take place at 10 o'clock that morning. If you know anybody that runs, please get the word out to them. We'd like to have participation up for that one. This year we had about 65 runners, I think, last year, but we hope we can garner a little more this year. and have our 5K at about 10 a.m. down the Fox River Trail in South Elgin that morning. And the Great Car Show. And our starting line for the 5K is going to be right before the car show main row in the parking lot there. So all the runners get to run right between classic cars at the beginning and at the very end of the activity that day. So that'll be fun. All right, and then we're getting towards the end of the season. There's, of course, Heritage Fest in West Dundee. The Car Czar is a part of that, too. That is September the 14th and 15th. Car show from 10 till 3:30 in the afternoon. We hope that maybe WRMN can do a few live broadcasts from JP Car Shows this summer. We'll see how it all turns out. But we look forward to an exciting summer of great classic cars. It's part of our fiber, part of our fabric here in the mighty Midwest. It is 7:29 here at WRMN. Thanks everybody for saying hey on YouTube. We've got some catching up to do with our staff meeting, and we'll do that in just a couple of moments. But first, on this beautiful Thursday morning here in downtown Elgin, let's do this. Let you know that we're in the 50s this morning, 58 degrees. We won't be in the 50s much longer as we head for a high of about 80 today. Look forward to a beautiful day here in the Fox River Valley. WRMN News Time now is 7:30. It is the 23rd of May. Let's win this day. Elgin and the Fox River Valley are open for business. Good morning.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Explore proven results with Sky Rizzy. Elgin is set to host a celebration of Mexican Independence Day and the onset of Hispanic Heritage Month with the Fiestas Patrias set for Festival Park September 13th and 14th. The festivities will kick off with an array of cultural performances, a car meetup, and a diverse retail vendor market. A pair of 18-year-olds from Carpentersville are under arrest following a shooting on North McLean Boulevard. Luis Loya and Jose J. Gavina arrested after a shooting that occurred on May 19th resulted in one man being hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, both teenagers facing multiple gun-related charges. The Fox Valley Genealogical Society is inviting enthusiasts to delve into wartime histories with the upcoming presentation, Exploring the Greatest Generation, adding context to the veteran story by Jennifer Holick. The event scheduled for June 13th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Naperville Municipal Center. With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles," but as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Renata's Old Salem Cafe is now Renata's German restaurant with old family recipes for delicious Bavarian dinners. Renata's is also known for breakfast and lunch. Renata's German restaurant has fresh baked German pastries. For a hearty breakfast, try Renata's for pancakes, skillets, and more. They've also set the standard for catering excellence. Try Renata's German restaurant off Irving Park, west of Wise Road in Hanover Park. Visit renatasgermanrestaurant.com.
Michael Brown, former Undersecretary of Homeland Security and Director of FEMA, is your new full-time host of The Weekend, which airs every Saturday from 4 to 7 p.m. right here on WRMN. Each week on the popular 3-hour program, Brown offers listeners a fresh take on the weekend talk with his provocative insights into current events, politics, and culture. So late in the day on Saturday, make it a point to catch The Weekend with Michael Brown right here on WRMN, AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Blue Jays beat the White Sox 9-2. Toronto scored 7 times in the bottom of the second. Bo Bichette homered and had 3 RBI. Dalton Varsho reached base 3 times and drove in a pair. Chicago wrapped up their road trip at 1-5. Tommy Pham had a solo homer. Paul DeYoung hit a sac fly. The Sox are just 5-21 away from home. At Wrigley Field Wednesday, the Braves pounded the Cubs 9-2. Atlanta put up 6 runs in the top of the 7th. Max Fried struck out 9 while throwing the 3-hitter for his second complete game of the season. Marcell Ozuna, Matt Olson, and Adam Duvall homered for the Braves, who had dropped 5 of 6. Chicago's runs came in the bottom of the 6th and the 8th. Miguel Amaya had an RBI ground out. Then in the 8th, Dansby Swanson scored on a wild pitch. Bears OTAs continue today as the team gets set for mandatory minicamp in June. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
This is sponsored by Burger King. Burger King is turning 70 on June 1st and wants to celebrate with you. In honor of this milestone birthday, have it your way with sweet deals for members of the free Burger King loyalty program, Royal Perks. Members will have access to 7 days of daily exclusive digital offers like a free hamburger and free original chicken sandwich with purchases of 70 cents or more, beginning on May 28th and running through June 3rd. Among the digital deals, Royal Perks members can enjoy a medium, ice-cold Coca-Cola soft drink for free with a purchase of 70 cents or more on Thursday, May 30th. Royal Perks members can also celebrate with a $6 birthday meal featuring a flame-grilled Whopper Jr., small fries, small soft drink, and the all-new birthday pie slice for just $6. To learn more about all of the BK birthday offers and to get in on the party, including playing an exclusive game on the BK app, download the Burger King app and sign up for Royal Perks today. Price and participation vary. U.S. only. Terms apply. See bk.com/terms.
Fox River Valley, Fox River Valley. I call the place my
boom, 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 boom.
Fox River Valley, Fox River Valley. No more will this sky roll. I'm the north, south, east, and west. But there's one place I love the best. It's the Fox River Valley.
Fox River Valley, I call it my home.
There's Aurora, St. Charles, Geneva, and Elgin. Up and down that river.
No.
Algonquin and Dundee, McHenry, South Elgin. I ride there in my flivver.
No.
I'm the north, south, east, and west. But there's one place that I love the best. It's Fox River Valley, Fox River Valley.
I call it my home. Oh boy, the fellas got away with 2 verses that time. The fella snuck in that second verse. I hate it when you do that to me. The first shift continues here on this Thursday morning. And as the first shift continues, I must say, where did my cursor go? I must say, where did my cursor go? It's lost. My cursor's lost. What can I do without my cursor? It is 7:37 here at WRMN. Without my cursor, I can't say, "Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty." I need my cursor to be able to say, "Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty." Oh, whoop, whoop. There it is. I found it. How did it magically reappear? Boy, that's anxiety when you don't have a cursor and you have like 4 different screens you have to navigate. Breathe in and breathe out.
Oh, shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty.
Now we're good.
Oh, shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty.
Cursor's back. Cursor's back. Cursor's back. Cursor's back. Sorry. 7:37 here at WRMN. The cursor's back.
Shut up!
Okay. You guys have a great day. Northwest, West, and Northwest. Wesley Jr. the second drive-by. Thanks for the information about the train this morning. We've got more information about train coming up in a few minutes. It's different information about train. But the information about the train that I'm talking about is a pedestrian was hit by a train this morning right around downtown Bartlett more than a couple of hours ago. It happened pretty early may have been the first train. May have been the first train of the morning because I knew about it on my way in today. 2202. Let's see if Metra has any new updates. I wouldn't imagine that they would, but train 2202 is the train that hit the pedestrian, apparently. And that happened very early this morning. And let's see, the latest is that the outbound train 2201, scheduled to arrive at Big Timber a little while ago, was stopped at National Street due to waiting on delayed inbound trains. So basically, because of that pedestrian being hit earlier this morning, all of the Milwaukee West Line trains have been a little bit messed up. How's that for an analytical description? An individual got messed up, and now the trains are all messed up for the next couple of hours. So if you're taking the train in from Elgin this morning towards Chicago, expect some delays and maybe even vice versa coming into Elgin. 7:39 here at WRMN. Studio 14 Naked Eye Cam this morning was activated at 5:34. Gregarious Gina this morning was here at 5:37. Yeah.
Wow.
She was early. She's working on a project.
Wow.
Trying to get the remote setup for WRMN painted nicely. And I believe she might even be working on it right now. I'm not sure if she's down there working on it or if she's gone out with the ladies somewhere. But thank you for your hard work, Gina. It's going to look nice. She's very artistic. And we look forward to displaying her artwork at future events when we are out and about using our new setup that's painted by Gina. Maybe she can put that little insignia on the bottom somewhere. Painted by Gina from the first shift. At 5:52 this morning, none other than the fire marshal. He was out and about early today. And the fire marshal stopped by and hung out for a little while this morning. Good to see you, Fire Marshal John. At 6:34, Anna the Chairman, Director of Foreign Affairs, was in the house. CK made her way over at about 6:45, the leader of the band, comforting Kathleen. We had Hector and Jeremiah at 7:18.
Hell yeah.
And Northwest West and Northwest Wesley Jr. II at 7:37.
Shut your mouth, you thong-wearing fatty!
And there's your honker's log. 7:41 here at WRMN on this Thursday morning. We got more of our staff meeting on the way. Let's check a couple of more news stories for you right now. Pedestrian hit by train today. Other news that I've been tracking in the last 24 hours. Dr. Sam of Elgin Community College is sailing off into the Dr. Sam sunset. This was a big announcement for people around here in the Elgin area. Dr. Sam, David Sam, longtime Elgin Community College president, is retiring at the end of July. A lot of people know this guy. He's kind of I've seen him. I've met him. He's been here on the show before, as a matter of fact. And I went to a dinner with my friend Shane Nowak a couple of months ago at Elgin Community College, and Dr. Sam was the MC. He's mildly entertaining. And he was prancing around all night, talking on a microphone. That's, I guess, how I know Dr. Sam, but he's made a lot of amazing positive contributions as ECC has really come into prominence here locally under his leadership. Sam began his tenure as the college's 8th president back in 2007. During his years at the helm, the college saw voters support a request for $178 million to use towards a building program. Since that time, the college has added new health and life sciences building, a new library that meets accreditation standards, a center for emergency management campus in Burlington, Yeah, I've seen that center before. I never really knew that existed till recently when I drove by on my way back from the country one day. A multi-purpose building for workforce development and an adult education program, and he made various renovations to the main campus too. He was the leader of this. Longtime Elgin Community College president David Somm. While there, he saw 40,654 students complete degrees or certificate programs, representing about 57% of all degrees and certificates awarded in the college's 75-year history. Yeah, ECC celebrating 75 years, just like WRMN. So congratulations to a great run, Dr. Somm. I guess he's either going to take on a new challenge or maybe just enjoy life. But usually a driven guy like him probably needs to go on and do something else. It's 7:44 here at WRMN. What else do we have here? We have Yearbook Gate out of Bartlett. Bartlett Yearbook Gate. More than 1,500 people have signed a change.org petition opposing a decision to stall the distribution of the Bartlett High School yearbook over a photo the school's interim principal described as offensive and anti-Semitic in an email to parents. This is kind of a weird story. Elgin Area School District U46 officials could not be reached for comment by the Daily Herald. Students and parents were made aware of this decision to pause yearbook distribution in an email last Friday. We regret to inform you that an offensive photo was included in this year's school yearbook, said Melanie Meidel, the interim principal. One of our top priorities is the well-being and respect of our students, staff, and community. Regrettably, we have become aware that the yearbook was printed with a photo containing text that is considered anti-Semitic. The school immediately halted distribution of the yearbook once it became aware of the photo. Meidel added that the page with the photo will be removed and that the school will let students and family know when the amended yearbooks will be available. And, okay, I guess that's just a decision the principal felt like she had to make. Why? I guess I haven't given this deep thought, but my question to myself right now is why would so many people have such a problem with this distribution being temporarily halted? More than 1,500 people have signed a change.org petition opposing a decision to stall the distribution of the yearbook. Interesting. 7:47 here at WRMN. Neither Meidel nor the district publicly identified the photo. The school's Muslim Student Association posted the photo they said prompted the action. In the photo, students at the school's annual multicultural fair can be seen holding a Palestinian flag and two signs. One sign in English reads, "In our hundreds, in our millions, we are all Palestinian." And another in Arabic reads, "From the river to the sea." Yeah, I don't know. I have no thoughts on that really at this point, but it's an interesting story to say the least. Good morning to the mystery man in the small beige van. I'm talking about Dick. South to north on your radio dial drives, Dick. Good morning, Dick. Thanks for listening every day to the show. 7:48 here at WRMN. Let's roll on with our staff meeting. We got Ed Dring from the Elgin Township Republicans, one of the sponsors of tomorrow's Wall That Heals broadcast and our July 4th broadcast going on here in downtown Elgin. He's going to pop in to talk about his mission a little bit now as the new leader of the Elgin Township Republicans. That's about 8:30 this morning with Ed. And then our new show, which is called Kane County Speaks with Brian Anderson, starts this morning at about 9:05, right after the top of the 9 o'clock hour news. No more music hour today, and none tomorrow because we have our specialty Friday shows, which include Steve Thorne and the Senior Community Spotlight Show. But if you like music here on the station, Steve will have a music hour for you tomorrow in the noon hour. Music Memories with Stevie T from 12 until 1 tomorrow. I'll play some patriotic kind of music on Monday morning during our Memorial Day broadcast. And then I guess the next More Music morning won't be until next Wednesday. It's when I play music in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be doing it a couple of times a week. I enjoy it, and I hope you're enjoying it so far. My next music hour will be next Wednesday on the morning show. So I look forward to that. 7:49 here at WRMN. All right, let's get back to our staff meeting. We had lots of comments. Let me see if I can run through a few of these. Sultan of South Elgin says, good morning, Mark of the WRMN Shifters. Y'all pray for peace and have a perky Thursday. Sending baseballs. Rough night on the north and south side for our teams last night around here. White Sox and Cubs both got splattered last night. I think the score was 9-2 in both of their games. I watched the Cubs game for a little bit of time. There goes Mark Cool Blue driving by, saying, just hang loose, bro.
Cut me some slack, Jack.
Just hang loose, bro.
Cut me some slack, Jack.
Mark Cool Blue. Yeah, I watched, what was I doing? It was 2-0 Atlanta when I turned the game on. The Cubs scored a run. I seemed to miss all the runs. Every time I walked out of the room, I'd come back and the score was different. So I guess I didn't watch too intently, but it was 2-1, then 3-1. Then again, I went out of the room for 5 minutes when Justin Steele was taken out of the game. I came back and it was 8-1. It seemed like I was only gone for 5 minutes anyway. So the Cubs got plastered by the Braves last night, 9-2. Justin Steele, who's got the I've been working under a car in 95-degree heat in Mississippi look about him. When he pitches these days, kind of that rugged southern dirty look. That's Justin Steele's look. He's not pitching so well this season so far, but I think maybe that was a little bit predictable that maybe he pitched a little bit above his head last year. Still, he's trying. He seems to be a pretty good guy, and he'll win some games. He'll get it together. Nathan, wow, it's been a while. Not normal Nathan rolls by the radio station. What's up, buddy? I almost forgot who you were. Brendan says, what happened in Bartlett this morning? Hey, Basic Brendan. Train ran into a person near the downtown Bartlett area this morning. So, sad news out of Bartlett today. I guess someone decided to take their life that way. I guess it's not 100% that's what happened, but usually when someone gets hit by a train, that's the reason it happens. Dennis D. Not So Young checks in. Good morning, First Shifters. Have a great day from Dennis D. Not So Young, the Nightmare on Elm Street. No Nickname John says, good morning, First Shifters. It's National Taffy Day today. National Taffy Day. Most of my puns and jokes are like the ones from Laffy Taffy rappers. Chew on that. Chew on that.
Please be quiet.
This needs to stop now.
Shut up!
No Nickname John. The Robles one checks in. Happy Thursday, Marky B and the First Shifters. Beautiful day in store for us. Let's make the most of it. 8 prayers from Robles Ralph this morning. Captain Keith says he drives by the Elk Grove Queen of Hearts every day. Current jackpot at the Elk Grove Queen of Hearts, American Legion, I'm assuming, is $59,405. That's $59,405. Hector and the fam checking in. Good morning, Mark and the First Shifters. Hector, Ninny Rose, Jeremiah, Uncle Boom Boom, raising the roof, all up in the house. Wendy of Wendy and the Bobs checks in. She says, good morning, Mark and First Shifters. Hey, I can do you one better, Captain Keith. The Huntley Queen of Hearts drawing is May the 28th. The pot is now $71,511. Goes up about $2,000 a week if the queen is not picked. That's the Huntley American Legion, over there near where Larry's going to stay. Karzar checks in and says, go Boomers. Schaumburg Boomers up to a big start this year, 8-2. And Bruce Shipyor, Elgin's cameraman, says we have a 50% chance of rain on Memorial Day. Well, I hope it picks the right time not to rain during our ceremonies. Ninny Rose checks in, yelling at us, good morning, my beautiful Elginites. Let's have a blessed day. Also, I want to say congratulations to my granddaughter who graduated 8th grade from Dundee Middle School. Love you always, my beautiful Damya. Congratulations, Damya, and thanks for listening every day, Ninny Rose. It's 7:54 already here on WRMN. Trying to get through these comments because I know we're not going to have much time after the top of the hour break. But I think I will save the remaining few because in this final couple of minutes, I want to talk about one more thing as we head into the top of the hour. I said I wanted to talk about train. We had a train hitting a pedestrian in Bartlett this morning, and we also have a guy named Charlie Collin, who was one of the founding members of the band Train. He died at the age of 58 years old from what appears to be a tragic accident, according to TMZ. Apparently, Charlie passed away after he slipped and fell in the shower while house-sitting for a friend in Brussels, Belgium. Wow. Now, that's got to be quite the fall. To fall in the shower. I mean, I know that happens, but I don't think it usually kills you. But apparently, that's the way Charlie Collin has passed away. And as I was thinking about songs for this morning's show, hearing about that made me think about this song. This song from, I'm not sure, maybe 2007, 2008, perhaps somewhere in that range, maybe a couple of years sooner. I'll have to look up when this song was huge. But when it was huge, it had to have been 2007 or 2008. When it was huge, it played all the time on the radio. This is a great song. It's Train, it's Drops of Jupiter on WRMN.
Now that she's back in the atmosphere with drops of Jupiter in her head. She acts like summer and walks like rain, reminds me that there's a time to change. Since the return of her stay on the moon, she listens like spring and she talks like June. Well, tell me, did you sail across the sun? Did you make it to the Milky Way to see the lights all faded and that heaven is overrated? Tell me, did you fall for a shooting star, one without a permanent scar, and then you missed me while you were looking for yourself out
what a great song. I was way wrong. 2001, that song came out. Holy cow. Those were good years when I was playing fast-pitch softball in Memphis, Tennessee, having a great time. Drops of Jupiter, Train, takes us to the top of the hour. News and more of the first shift next hour. Ed Dring's coming in, and Kane County Speaks at 9 o'clock.
Columbia College of Missouri Elgin campus is intent in their commitment to open doors and support those who strive for excellence. Too many people have been made to feel that higher education isn't a place for them, that it is someone else's dream. But Columbia College of Missouri has changed all that. With individualized attention and ongoing support, Columbia College knows a future built by you is a future built for you. Columbia College of Missouri Elgin campus, your new starts now. Visit ccis.edu.
Ever take your car through the auto emissions lane only to experience the sinking feeling that your car has failed the test? Don't fret. Let Meineke at 376 Sundown in South Elgin fix the problem for you. Meineke's mechanics will determine the exact problem with your vehicle and suggest necessary repairs with Meineke's diagnostic service. Pass that test with help from the trained Meineke technicians. Call today for your appointment. 847-888-9644. That's 847-888-9644.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 8 o'clock.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by the U.S. Postal Service. The Fox Valley Genealogical Society is inviting enthusiasts to delve into wartime histories with the upcoming presentation, Exploring the Greatest Generation, adding context to the veteran story by Jennifer Holick. The event scheduled for June 13th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Naperville Municipal Center. Elgin is set to host a celebration of Mexican Independence Day and the onset of Hispanic Heritage Month with the Fiestas Patrias set for Festival Park September 13th and 14th. The festivities will kick off with an array of cultural performances, a car meetup, and a diverse retail vendor market. A pair of 18-year-olds from Carpentersville are under arrest following a shooting on North McLean Boulevard. Luis Loya and Jose J. Gavina arrested after a shooting that occurred on May 19th resulted in one man being hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, both teenagers facing multiple gun-related charges. With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Attention all Schaumburg Boomers fans. Attention all Schaumburg Boomers fans. Come out for a great night of baseball at Wintrust Field at 1999 Spring and Scoop Road in Schaumburg, Illinois. Join us May 18th versus the Florence Yalls for Bark in the Park. Bring your furry friends for a day at the ballpark. Presented by Gulf Rose Animal Hospital. With a pregame catch on the field and pregame autographs presented by Wintrust.
In the mood for some great barbecue but just don't have time to make it yourself? Carry out Coleman's Barbecue on Elgin's East Side at 79 Clock Tower. Coleman specializes in ribs, tips, chicken wings, seafood, and sandwiches with sides like coleslaw, potato salad, and dessert. Try Coleman's Exotic Mild Sauce. It's the bomb. You can also buy sauce in gallon or pint sizes. It's prepared just right. The Coleman's way. Call 224-535-8153.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
At Wrigley Field Wednesday, the Braves pounded the Cubs 9-2. Atlanta put up 6 runs in the top of the 7th. Max Fried struck out 9 while throwing a 3-hitter for his second complete game of the season. Marcell Ozuna, Matt Olson, and Adam Duvall homered for the Braves, who had dropped 5 of 6. Chicago's runs came in the bottom of the 6th and the 8th. Miguel Amaya had an RBI ground out. Then in the 8th, Dansby Swanson scored on a wild pitch. The Blue Jays beat the White Sox 9-2. Toronto scored 7 times in the bottom of the 2nd. Bo Bichette homered and had 3 RBI. Dalton Varsho reached base 3 times and drove in a pair. Chicago wrapped up their road trip at 1-5. Tommy Pham had a solo homer. Paul DeJong hit a sac fly. The Sox are just 5-21 away from home. Bears OTAs continue today as the team gets set for mandatory minicamp in June. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW make amazing happen. Learn more at
In the middle of the night, everything will be all right if you listen to Coast right here on WRMN, 7 days a week from midnight to 5 a.m. Each night on Coast to Coast, listeners are captivated by George Noory with discussions on news and current events, conspiracy theories, UFOs, life after death, and all things curious and unexplained. Coast to Coast, every night, midnight to 5 a.m. right here on WRMN AM 1410 and 96.7 FM.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Do you own an annuity, either fixed rate, indexed, or variable? Are you paying high fees and getting low returns? If so, Annuity General would like you to have this free book to learn the pitfalls and mistakes of buying an annuity. The Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers contains the little-known truths about annuities, like how to help reduce your fees and increase retirement income. And it's free. That's right, free. As a bonus, we'll also throw in a free annuity rate report just for calling. We researched over 1,000 annuities and summarized rates and benefits from financially strong insurers. You get Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers and the Annuity Rate Report, both absolutely free for calling Annuity General today. Hurry, supplies are limited. Call now.
800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. 800-760-1845. That's 800-760-1845.
Discover the authentic taste of Italy at Mazziano's Pizza and Pastaria at Route 20 in Nestler in Elgin. There is one true fact of everyday life that never dulls: the simple pleasure of eating great Italian food. At Mazziano's, they'll make sure your dinner or lunch will be the best part of your day. Whether you have a taste for pizza or any of Mazziano's homemade Italian recipes, like ravioli or lasagna, they can also cater your party. Enjoy it any way you like: delivery, carry out, or dine in. Visit Mazzianos.com. Keeping your car's coolant system in good shape with a regular flush is really important. Let the experts at Meineke Car Care Center at 376 Sundown Road in South Elgin remove your old coolant, preventing chemical buildups in your engine. Then they'll fill your entire system with new coolant to help your engine run smoothly and prevent rust and corrosion, increasing your engine's lifespan. To schedule your appointment, call 847-888-9644.
The lightest, fluffiest pancakes are calling your name at JoJo's Diner, 1935 West Gulf Road in Schaumburg. JoJo's has a huge breakfast menu featuring skillets, eggs Benedict, and so much more. Don't stop at breakfast. JoJo's also offers great burgers, sandwiches, and shakes. And for mouth-watering prime rib, try JoJo's for dinner. They have such a versatile menu. JoJo's Diner is family-owned and operated, and it's one of Schaumburg's best-kept secrets. Visit jojosdiner.com today.
This summer, get outside and enjoy a quick round of golf at the Twin Lakes Golf Course in Palatine. Twin Lakes features an executive 9-hole golf course with a driving range, cafe, and pro shop. Just starting the game, lessons are available. Take a couple of hours for yourself and stop at the Twin Lakes Rec Area off Northwest Highway and hit the links. For a tee time, call 847-934-6050. Twin Zeros at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights, Illinois. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. Twin Zeros Restaurant in Harwood Heights not only serves traditional gyros, but also has chicken gyro sandwiches. Twin Zeros also serves a variety of sandwiches ranging from cheeseburgers and Vienna beef hot dogs that have recently been inducted into the Vienna Beef Hot Dog Hall of Fame. Italian beef, Italian sausage, and combo sandwiches. To ethnic favorites such as Slovakia and Grecian chicken. Slovakia is shish kebabs, specifically chicken or pork shish kebabs, grilled to perfection, served on a warm pita with tomatoes, onions, and our homemade tzatziki sauce. You can also enjoy barbecue ribs served every day. Twins is open 7 days a week and also delivers locally. Located at 4870 North Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Check out the full menu at twinzeros.com. That's twinzeros.com.
The first shift continues here at WRMN AM 1410, WRMN Radio on YouTube with Paul McCartney.
Baby, I'm amazed the way you love me all the time. And maybe I'm afraid of the way I love you.
May 23rd, 1970.
Baby, I'm amazed the way you pulled me out of time. You hung me on the line. Baby, I'm amazed at the way I really need you.
Paul McCartney's debut solo album. McCartney started a 3-week run at #1 on the United States album chart. Apart from Linda McCartney's vocal contributions, McCartney performed and recorded the entire album solo. And the album featured this song, Maybe I'm Amazed, which Rod Stewart and the Faces featured on their 1971 album Long Player. Paul McCartney, Maybe I'm Amazed. Maybe I'm amazed by the way you love me. It's 11 past 8 here at WRMN on a beautiful, beautiful morning here in the Fox River Valley. A member of the 7-Letter Club, Ed Dring, is in the house, and he'll be on the air with me in about 15, 20 minutes, and we'll hear his mission statement or something like that. And I'll ask him how special it is for him to be a member of the 7-Letter Club. And does he think he's the best of the three? Are you better than Ian Haar? Are you better than Tim Smid? Who is the best member of the 7-Letter Club? We only have 3 members to my knowledge. More are always welcome, but it's hard to find a guy whose first name and last name together totals 7 letters. We'll probably talk more than just about that while he's here for the 15 or 20 minutes or so that he's going to be here. And then Brian Anderson next hour. And Brian, I was just talking to Ed. Ed knows Brian from the local political scene. And Ed says, yeah, Brian's passionate. I said, yeah, he's laser focused. So we get the laser-focused Brian Anderson next hour with Kane County Speaks And thanks, Brian, for putting that show together for us. Every other Thursday. So this will be a Thursday. Then 2 weeks from today, Brian will have another one of his shows. And we will see what Kane County Speaks deals with. He'll tell us all about the website, I guess, and what the mission is and all that. And as the weeks and months unfold, we'll talk about issues. And I'm sure Brian will have guests on the show discussing those issues. 8:13 here at WRMN. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, it's Fridays with the Finest, featuring our police chief, Anna Lally. The Elgin Police Department's been pretty busy here lately. We've had a couple of shootings in the last couple of weeks, and I guess we had a pretty large police presence last night over by Spring and Jefferson. I guess pretty large police presences are not that uncommon, but hopefully it won't be too busy of a Memorial Day weekend. But people have more time on their hands, and even though Memorial Day is about honoring those who have fallen, supporting our country, fighting for our country, fighting for our freedom, it also is a reason for many to get together and have parties and picnics and things like that all through the weekend. So be some craziness going on, but hopefully everybody will behave, and we won't have any wild and crazy stories to tell on Monday morning's news when we do our live Monday show here at WRMN on Memorial Day. 8:14 here at WRMN. Got a little more of our staff meeting still to go. And then we have Ed Dring coming up at 8:30. I don't think we're going to have time for trivia today. I may save trivia for next week here on the show. 58 degrees. Well, that was last hour. Let's see if we're in the 60s now. We are 64 degrees and fair. Winds are out of the south at 3. Sunshine today with a high of 80. A beautiful day. Clear skies and 58 tonight. Tomorrow, we hope for the best for our Wall That Heals broadcast. I think we'll be under a tent, so we should be okay, but we hope that it's nice outside, so people will come out and check it out. The Wall That Heals, tomorrow, our broadcast from 4 until 6. Tomorrow's forecast, 80 degrees again tomorrow, but there is a 60% chance of showers and thunderstorms. And so hopefully we can dance around those showers and thunderstorms and have a successful broadcast and a successful evening over in West Dundee. American Legion Post 679 in True Patriots Care are putting on the event. They present the Wall That Heals, Vietnam Veterans Memorial Replica, and Mobile Education Center. Bring the kids out this weekend. Spend an hour or two out there. It's a program of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund, Founders of the Wall, and it starts tomorrow officially, and 24 hours a day you can go. Between tomorrow, I guess, officially, and Monday. Over at Randall Oaks Park in West Dundee, it's wallthathealsdundee.com for more information. wallthathealsdundee.com. Live broadcast tomorrow afternoon, 4 to 6. Drive time right here on WRMN. We'll have the crew out there if you want to come hang with us for a while. We'll probably be passing the microphone around like a baton a little bit. I'll kind of anchor it, I guess, but we'll welcome in Sonar, who is a veteran himself, Navy vet. And Dino, the director, who really appreciates those who fight for our freedom and is a part of our America's First Responders Fest. He'll be a part of the broadcast tomorrow. I think Leah's going to come out, maybe join us on the broadcast for a little bit. Magnificent Matt. I think most of the crew will be out there tomorrow. So come on out, and 4 to 6 is our live broadcast time. Guess who's round tripping this morning? Did you guess yet? Dick is round tripping this morning. Dick always round trips. Have a great day. Mystery Man in the small beige van. All right, 8:17 here at WRMN. Let's get back to our staff meeting for a few minutes and finish finish the shenanigans on what everybody's had to say this morning. The commander checks in. Happy Thursday. You forgot a D in the word Thursday. The commander says, happy Thursday, shifters. It's burger night from 5:30 until 7:30 tonight. And lightning with Gordy and Jerry. That's right. The wild and wacky ones, Gordy and Jerry, will carry you through lightning from 6:30 until 8:30. $3,000 jackpot is possible for tomorrow night. And the commander is going to play golf today in a veterans event at Fox Lake Community College. 4, says the commander. We'll have a great day, man. What a great day to play golf. That's awesome. The commander sends us 7 prayers to the prayer scoreboard. That's 58 prayers on the prayer scoreboard this morning. The commander, thanks for all you do in all ways that you do it around here. It is 8:19 here at WRMN. Brian Anderson's all fired up for his first show. He's already here. Well, I told you he's laser focused. And he doesn't know where to go. Well, we have the executive table sitting outside right now. And the commander is in on YouTube this morning. Brian Anderson, our host next hour, is already here. Ed Dring's here, so we're building a group getting ready to join me on the air. It is 8:20. Let me take just a quick little break here. Let's hear from Larry Dreyfall, shall we? And that way I can direct Brian Anderson on where he should go to finish his preparation for the show. So this is Larry Dreyfall with Elgin 100 years ago. What happened on this date in 1924? Larry is going to tell us right now.
This minute of headline news from Elgin's newspapers of 100 years ago is brought to you courtesy of the Elgin Area Historical Society. These headline stories are from May 23rd, 1924. I'm Larry Dreyfall. Employees of the Aurora, Elgin, and Fox River electric lines are preparing proposals for a pay raise. The contract for the Elgin-Carpentersville section of the line will expire May 31st. No strike is expected as negotiations appear amiable, and there's a suggestion that the current pay of 56 cents per hour for 2-man and 6 cents per hour additional for 1-man cars will remain. An oil mop is expected to have spontaneously combusted and caused the fire at the home of Jacob Nessler and Carl Bloom. This Liberty Street home sustained some $525 in damage. The bigger issue was broached by Fire Marshal Elmer Henryson, who commented on the number of autos following fire apparatus responding to the scene, causing second or additional fire department vehicles to be impeded in response to the call. A class of 36 Boy Scouts attended the Court of Honor at Scout headquarters at the Sterling Block. This was the largest group to be received by the Elgin Scout Council. The Scouts will attend a Memorial Day pageant as a group. The rally will be held next Saturday at Trout Park with contests, a treasure hunt, and an evening campfire. The newly organized Student Council at Elgin High School will offer a private textbook exchange for the coming session. Books will be purchased at wholesale and sold to students at no profit. Those were the headline stories from Elgin's newspapers of 100 years ago, brought to you courtesy of the Elgin Area Historical Society. Visit the Elgin History Museum at 360 Park Street, Elgin.
Thank you, Larry, for holding down the fort for me. Good to have Larry Dreyfall handy when I need him, right? Welcome back to the first shift. It's 8:22 here at WRMN. Well, I had to do a little traffic control in the hallways here to get Brian Anderson in. He'll be in next hour with his show, Kane County Speaks. He knows Ed Dring, who's going to be my guest here shortly. And so those two guys can chat about things for a few minutes in the break room, and then we'll bring them in, and we'll bring Ed in first, and then Brian next hour. It's 8:22 here at WRMN. Busy Thursday morning. Let's see, back to YouTube. Good morning to the Soto family. I mentioned they checked in earlier, but now they send their daily batch of prayers. Hector does. Thanks, Hector, for being a part of the show every day. 73 prayers this morning on the prayer scoreboard. Don't forget about the museum crawl tomorrow. I mentioned that during first shift 411 this morning. Noon to 4. All 4 local museums in Elgin are open with free admission. The Elgin Public Museum, the Elgin History Museum, U46 Planetarium, and the Fire Barn Museum, Fire Barn number 5, plus take in Gale Boarding Library's 150th anniversary exhibit. We got anniversaries all over the place. WRMN celebrating our 75th this year. ECC celebrating their 75th. The Gale Boarding Library, 150 years. Hey, congratulations, by the way, as I look across the street. I know Sonar was talking about this. The timing was fairly impeccable yesterday. By chance, Jennifer Fukala of the Downtown Neighborhood Association was on the air with Sonar at the same time. They were raising the sign for the new restaurant across the street. The Shawarma Stop. Shawarma Stop. Mediterranean food. And the pictures on the window look really tasty. You would think they'd put tasty pictures up there, right? Not like leftovers on plates. Yes. So I definitely see myself paying a stop or two over to the Shawarma Stop, and it's good to see that Elgin's going to have a few new businesses opening this summer. We're just a couple of weeks away from the downtown farmers market getting cranked up for this year, and we always talk about it. We beat Elgin up a lot. We try to talk about it realistically, downtown Elgin, and progress and sometimes setbacks, issues like homelessness and tent city and people hanging out, stuff like that. So it's an interesting, eclectic mix that occurs downtown here in Elgin. It's very culturally eclectic as well. But we're hoping for progress. Hell, we're down here. We want progress. We're making progress here at the radio station. So we're going to try to embrace everything new that comes around here and hope that we can all rally together and revive downtown a little bit. Setbacks have hurt. COVID has played a role. Of course, everybody had COVID, not just downtown Elgin, but it affects different communities more than others, I guess. But anyway, good to see the sign go up yesterday while Jennifer was here in studio. The director is helping us make progress here at the radio station. He's in on YouTube this morning. Good morning, Fox River Valley, First Shift, and Marky B. Another good sunshiny day is heading our way, so the stage is set. All we need is you to spread a word of good cheer and kindness. It's just that easy, says the director. Sending our 74th prayer. The Dutchman's Wood Shack checks in. Good morning and coffee's up, says the Dutchman's Wood Shack. He says that every day. Coffee's up.
Whatever.
Certified checks in. She called me, Crazy Kathy did, Crazy Clairvoyant Kathy, about 25 minutes ago. I said, where you been? She has not been on YouTube this morning, but now she is. It was awesome talking to you. My YouTube didn't want to do right today, says Certified, but I guess she figured it out now, and maybe she's amazed. I guess she enjoyed the Paul McCartney song. 8:27 here at WRMN. The first shift continues on. Finishing up our staff meeting for now. Tennessee checked in. She's on a road trip right now. She's crossing the middle of the country, and she has sent me a few pictures. Hey, Tennessee. She sent me a picture of a nice, beautiful blue sky with a few clouds in it. And she is in Kansas, apparently, right now. Yes, there's a state called Kansas. We don't know too much about it. Not sure if a lot goes on in Kansas, but if you live in Kansas, you probably think it's like living in Elgin. You know, you're like, well, this is America to me. And everybody that lives here in Elgin or in the Fox River Valley says, well, this is America to me. But it's funny, like, a lot of people in Kansas probably have no clue that Elgin, Illinois exists. Never have heard of it before. And vice versa, right? We don't think about Kansas too much, do we? Well, way to check out America. Tennessee. I'm glad you're enjoying life and you're getting out and about in the United States of America, our great country. 8:28 here at WRMN. Westside Freddy checking in. Thanks for the information, Westside. Hope you get out of the hospital today. Nathan checked in. He has moved pretty much to Wisconsin, apparently. So good hearing your voice again. I've been in Wisconsin working on the new homestead with no internet, so I can't get the show, says Nathan. In the sky blue truck, formerly known as the brownish beigeish truck. I'm not sure how it changed colors somewhere along the way. Maybe he got a different truck. He goes away for a couple of weeks and you change everything, says Nathan. He's all confused. He saw me from a different angle. Yeah, things are changing. Changing for the better around here, Nathan. 8:29 here at WRMN. We got Ed Dring coming up in just a couple of moments. We're going to talk about the Elgin Township Republicans a little bit. And then we'll see what we do at the very end of the hour. Brian Anderson will be in as well in the next hour to do his show, Kane County Speaks. So a lot of interesting information coming up over the next hour and a half. Brian Kilmeade this morning at 10, and then Sonar at noon, talking about Elgin Academy a bit this afternoon from 12:30 until about 1, I'm guessing, with Paul Drzezinski, who's checking in. And during the noon hour tomorrow, we'll have Stevie T in with his Music Memories show. Steve does his show differently than my More Music Hours. Kind of the same premise in a way, is that I'm picking a lot of events that have taken place this week or this day in music history. So far, that's kind of how I've assembled my music hours that I've had during the 9 o'clock hour. Steve's doing 75 years of Music Memories to celebrate 75 years of WRMN being on the air. Last week, he picked 1952, 62, 72, and 82, and features some songs from those years. We'll see if he keeps along that same line and maybe goes to the next set of years Friday, or what Steve's going to do. But it's he delves a little deeper into music, I would say, than I do. I heard some songs on his show, I guess from 52 especially, that I would have never heard before. 8:30 here at WRMN, so that's tomorrow, Music Memories with Stevie T. That'll be in the noon hour. His regular show, the Senior Community Spotlight Show, is tomorrow morning and has been on the air on Fridays for a long, long time. It comes on after Fridays with the Finest at 9:30. I feel like I'm the doctor, and it's time for me to go get my next patient. Ed Dring is waiting down the hallway for me, so I'm going to go grab him, and we're going to talk to him about the Elgin Township Republicans a little bit, and what Ed is all about. That's coming up here in just a couple of moments. We are on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube if you want to join us that way and make a comment. And our phone lines will be open at 847-931-1410 if you want to join Ed and myself this morning. That's our next conversation here on the first shift. Let's check some news. Good morning.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Explore proven results with Sky Rizzy. A pair of 18-year-olds from Carpentersville are under arrest following a shooting on North McLean Boulevard. Luis Loya and Jose J. Gavina arrested after a shooting that occurred on May 19th resulted in one man being hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, both teenagers facing multiple gun-related charges. The Fox Valley Genealogical Society is inviting enthusiasts to delve into wartime histories with the upcoming presentation, Exploring the Greatest Generation, adding context to the veteran story by Jennifer Holick. The event scheduled for June 13th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Naperville Municipal Center. Elgin is set to host a celebration of Mexican Independence Day and the onset of Hispanic Heritage Month with the Fiestas Patrias set for Festival Park September 13th and 14th. The festivities will kick off with an array of cultural performances, a car meetup, and a diverse retail vendor market. With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Attention all Schaumburg Boomers fans. Join the Schaumburg Boomers at Wintrust Field on May 24th, May 25th, and May 26th versus the Lake Erie Crushers. On May 25th at 3 p.m., it's a Hawaiian shirt giveaway. The first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt thanks to Ascension, Illinois. On May 26th, starting at 6:30 versus the Lake Erie Crushers, there will be a special Memorial Day weekend Sunday night fireworks show.
By love of food and wellness, Mockingbird Bar and Garden of East Dundee encourages you to eat seasonal and clean while still indulging a bit. Whether food is served fresh or wood-fired, nothing is overcomplicated. Mockingbird Bar and Garden promises to give your palate something delicious and new and aspires to be a hive of buzz and activity. Start your weekend with an espresso or complement dinner with wine, specialty cocktails, or craft beer. Visit mockingbirdbarandgarden.com today.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
The Blue Jays beat the White Sox 9-2. Toronto scored 7 times in the bottom of the second. Bo Bichette homered and had 3 RBI. Dalton Varsho reached base 3 times and drove in a pair. Chicago wrapped up their road trip at 1-5. Tommy Pham had a solo homer. Paul DeYoung hit a sac fly. The Sox are just 5-21 away from home. At Wrigley Field Wednesday, the Braves pounded the Cubs 9-2. Atlanta put up 6 runs in the top of the 7th. Max Fried struck out 9 while throwing a 3-hitter for his second complete game of the season. Marcell Ozuna, Matt Olson, and Adam Duvall homered for the Braves, who had dropped 5 of 6. Chicago's runs came in the bottom of the 6th and the 8th. Miguel Amaya had an RBI ground out. Then in the 8th, Dansby Swanson scored on a wild pitch. Bears OTAs continue today as the team gets set for mandatory minicamp in June. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
This is sponsored by Burger King. Burger King is turning 70 on June 1st and wants to celebrate with you. In honor of this milestone birthday, have it your way with sweet deals for members of the free Burger King loyalty program, Royal Perks. Members will have access to 7 days of daily exclusive digital offers like a free hamburger and free original chicken sandwich with purchases of 70 cents or more, beginning on May 28th and running through June 3rd. Among the digital deals, Royal Perks members can enjoy a medium, ice-cold Coca-Cola soft drink for free with a purchase of 70 cents or more on Thursday, May 30th. Royal Perks members can also celebrate with a $6 birthday meal featuring a flame-grilled Whopper Jr., small fries, small soft drink, and the all-new birthday pie slice for just $6. To learn more about all of the BK birthday offers and to get in on the party, including playing an exclusive game on the BK app, download the Burger King app and sign up for Royal Perks today. Price and participation vary. U.S. only. Terms apply. See bk.com/terms.
Welcome back into the first shift as we continue on this beautiful morning. We're on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube, and let me switch the transition there. It puts me on the camera, and it puts this other guy on the camera. There he is, all by himself. But now I'll put both of us back on the camera again. He's my guest, Ed Dring.
Hi, Mark.
He's the other guy. Hi, Ed. How are you?
Fantastic. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming in, man. Thanks for listening to the show all the time.
Yeah, I've become a really big fan. I really appreciate everything you do for the Fox Valley, and you're just a really good guy, and I appreciate letting me talk about what's going on here.
Thanks for being a member of the 7-Letter Club, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I think I should get a plaque or something, right?
Yeah. Well, I only have to buy 3 plaques. Because there's only 3 members right now.
So far, but you know.
Yeah. Ed Dring, Ian Haar, and Tim Smid.
Tim Smid.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
But I'll call you Eddie, so that'll stretch your name out a little bit longer.
And you know, Mike Kenyon, I just want to do a shout out to Mike Kenyon.
Yeah.
Ding ding. he now refers to me as, Ed Dring from the Seven Letter Club. He's awesome.
Thanks for listening, Mike, and thanks for all your years of service.
Yes.
Mike's served the community for a long time and cares. And Ed, now you're the chairman for the Elgin Township Republicans, and it's been what's the road that led you here?
Yes.
I'm always fascinated to know, as I haven't been in the local political scene for very long myself, how people get started and why they get started and how they get to where they are in that realm of life.
Sure. Well, so I was raised here in the Fox Valley area, got married, had a couple of kids, but right when they were really little, I thought, I'm going to go to some Republican meetings and see if I can make a difference. But so I went to a few, and I stopped going because life got in the way. I had kids, other responsibilities, jobs, all that good stuff, and so I kind of took a break for nearly 20 years.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, this wonderful lady, her name is Judy Wright. She calls me on the phone and she says, "Ed, my name's Judy Wright, and I was just wondering if you want to come to a meeting for the Elgin Township Republicans." And I'm like, "Oh, thanks, Judy. I'll think about it."
Yeah.
And I never went. And then she would call me up the next month, and, "Hi, it's Judy again." and I'm like, "Oh, geez." And then I'm like, "Well, I'll try and make it," and I never did. And then the third time, I'm like, "Oh, shoot, this is Judy's phone number. Oh, what do I do?"
Yeah.
I pick up, and she's, "Hi, it's me again." And all of a sudden, I said, "You know what? I'll go." And that was nearly 3 years ago. And Judy and her husband Walter are great human beings. They love our country. They love our state. They love our county. They're selfless people. They're just wonderful human beings. But they're retired. You know this.
Yeah.
And they're giving back, and they're volunteering their time and their all of their effort. And I just give them all the praise I can. And which kind of leads me into. I can talk about myself for hours, but you heard my background. But what I want to talk about, if I may, is we're trying to do a senior volunteer initiative, and kind of what that means is we know that there are a lot of senior citizens here in the Fox Valley that want to give back. They have something to give still, and what they want to do is. They may not know what how to help. And with the Elgin Township Republicans, we're looking for some volunteers, retired people who don't mind maybe making a couple of phone calls or maybe going to a board event, just to be the eyes and ears of Elgin Township and also the Fox Valley. So I thought, do you feel like, our country's on a wrong path, and, do you feel like you're being ignored? And, if you answer yes to any of these, then do something about it. Help. Be a volunteer. Even if it's 10 minutes, 10 minutes a week, you would be amazed. And I tried to ignore Judy for so long. And but then when I did, when I finally listened to her and I start helping her, or when I start listening to her and went to the meetings, I just feel like my life has changed for the good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did why after 20 years did Judy start to call you? Were you still on some list or something? I mean, why suddenly would you be getting phone calls?
Hey,
we missed you for the last 20 years. Where you been?
That's a good question. I should ask her. I really, truthfully, I don't know. But when I got this phone call, I was just, I was kind of caught back because, who's calling me? Maybe I'm on some list or something. But I'm glad she did.
Yeah. Well, so you mentioned seniors, and oftentimes we talk about just on the radio and with other conversations and hosts that I have, that seniors many of them are retired, and they do kind of some isolate themselves.
Yeah.
And we're always trying to figure out more activities and ways to get seniors involved. I know the township has put together a lot of events. Senior Services has luncheons and different, bingo and different games and things that seniors get together and do all the time. But this is a different kind of way that seniors can get involved. And you hear people talking about all the time, well, our country's gone to hell in a handbasket.
Right.
This is wrong. This is wrong. This is wrong. But that's all they do is complain about what's wrong and don't try to make a difference and try to make it right. What are some of the ways, do you think, that seniors, if they got involved, what can they do that would make, if they called and got involved in the Elgin Township Republicans, do you have some things that they would do to get involved or make a difference?
Well, I would listen to them first of all. I want to listen to them, see what they want to do, see if what their strengths are, what they feel they're drawn to. It was funny. I was just at helping Don Puckett, who's running for state representative in the 43rd district. I was at Danny's Pizza last week, and there was a gentleman, Bill Bojko. First time I ever met him, he had an Army hat. He's an Army vet, and he said, I'm so glad you guys are out here. How can I help? And I talked with him. He's an accountant, so he's a good numbers man. He said, I can look at voter records and things like that. So really find out what your strengths and weaknesses are. Some people are great on the phone. Some people just want to go to board meetings and kind of report back what's going on in our community.
Yeah.
And things like that. And also to mention, the senior services and everything, they're great and they help senior citizens. I'm also on the Elgin Township Committee on Seniors. I'm the secretary. I feel very proud to help out there, and I really think that senior citizens are the key to moving our country into a better direction.
A lot of people retire and they're just not sure what to do next.
Yeah.
And
they should call or they should go on our website. Okay, everyone get a pen.
Yeah, what's the website, Ed?
So it's elgingop.org. What is that?
elgingop.org.
Yes. And then you can actually go on and fill out information and we'll contact you. We would love for you to come to our meetings. We meet the fourth Tuesday of every month at the Elgin Township Building at 6:30. We would love to see lots of people who love our country and want to do something about it, and maybe people who have never done anything, and we'll help them. That's our goal. That's my goal as the new township chair, is just to do some good. We just want to do some good in our city, our county, our state, and I appreciate you letting me talk here.
You could turn it into a 30 or 40-hour-a-week job if you wanted to. If you wanted to get that involved, you can get as little involved as little or as much as you want to, right? I mean, there's how many precincts? I mean, I'm a precinct committee person, and what do we have? 52.
You're right. Yes,
52.
We have 52
precincts, and that's in Elgin.
Yes, Elgin Township
alone,
which is
right?
Which is Elgin and South Elgin. But countywide, there's hundreds. So talking to people, just not in Elgin, but in the whole Fox Valley, do something about it. I've met all the township chair people, and they're all ready and willing to help. And it's not like you show up and people ignore you. That may have happened in the past, but not now. I'm just I'm in sales, and I'm just a regular guy. I've never been in politics, and I just want people to know that just being you is all it takes to make a change.
Well, we talk about every time that an election rolls around, and every time that 10 to 15% of people are voting that are registered voters.
Sure.
And then they complain about the way things turned out in the election or decisions that are being made between the elections. But then we still have the same small voter turnout again the next time. That's something That's something a senior could
apathy.
do. Well, it's something. Then maybe that's a role that some of these seniors could play if they want to make a difference. They could take being a precinct committee person to the next level. Because I mean, I'm not doing a good job as a precinct committee person because I have a full-time job and a lot going on, and I wish I had more time to spend on that. But seniors that do have that kind of time really could make a lot bigger impact.
Yes, they can.
A lot bigger impact than I'm making, and a lot of precinct committee people that don't have the time that they should.
Sure. I would like to see, my vision would be there's a precinct committeeman and 2 or 3 people to help. And they can all take on a responsibility to, and being a precinct committeeman is awesome because what you can do is you can call and talk to your constituents, the people who live on your block and in your precinct, and you can listen to them. Hey, what's the most important thing for you right now? If you can change one thing, what's something good, something bad, so you can then understand what their needs are and then hopefully find the right candidates to satisfy those needs.
Yeah.
So.
Well, great. So, so the best way to go about getting involved, if you're in that category, a senior that wants to show up at an Elgin Township Republicans meeting, for instance, they're always the 4th Tuesday of every month, and that would be next Tuesday, right?
Correct. Yeah, at 6:30 in the basement of the Elgin Township building on McLean Boulevard. What is that? 729 South McLean.
729 South McLean Boulevard.
Yep.
4th Tuesday of every month at 6:30, and they're over by 8.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And they actually kind of begin at 6 if you want to come a little bit early, right?
Right. Yeah, if you want to come show up a little bit and meet and greet, but we get to work at 6:30. And, I just want to respect people's time, and I want to make it worth the trip because, instead of just talking about, what we're, just really germane things, let's talk about and let's ask questions from visitors. What are their issues so we can actually start solving them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've been to many of those meetings. I try to go whenever I can, and I'm trying to think. So the general feeling that I get, well, first of all, there's like Elgin Township business that has to be taken care of, but then in the past year or two, there would be guests that would be scheduled from the community to come talk about their organization. Is that kind of what you're still wanting to do as you take over here? Or
yes,
okay.
Yeah, we want to have not only candidates, but there's so many people. There's a lady, Diane, who has an organization that helps get furniture and things for veterans.
Yeah,
and she showed up, and gosh, I think everyone had tears in their eyes when she was telling us about her story. And, just things like that. And it's just amazing the kind of friends you can meet and the people, that feel the same way. But you got to come. You got to come and experience this. But before I leave, I just want to mention a couple of things, if I may.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Eric Stair is running for the 16th district for Kane County Board. Mike Kenyon is currently, but Mike has been so nice to offer to help Eric. He's actually doing a friend-raiser.
Oh, good.
That's going to be happening in a couple of weeks. Maybe we can talk about that. And, Mike's a classy guy. He's done so much for South Elgin and Kane County. And so I appreciate everything he's done. There's a new lady. Her name is Sylvia Schrage. She is running for county board in the 20th. She's up here in the east side, and a very nice lady. She gives so much of her time and effort, and she helps out and volunteers at the library and at ECC. Just a great human being. So Sylvia Schrage. And then, of course, my friend David Tees is running for the 22nd district.
Yeah.
And he's a plumber, okay? He's not a politician, but he listens to people. And he's such a great human being, and he's selfless. And he helps with Crisis Community Center, and he helps kids with bowling, as you know, and you talk about on your show. He's a guy that wants to do some good, and we're tired of Kane County being taxed to death, and we think that there's positive changes, and we would just hope everyone would support them.
Do we have any details on that event for Eric Stair yet, or not quite?
Not quite.
Okay.
I believe it's going to be Wednesday, June 12th.
Okay.
But I'll get details, and maybe we can talk about it later.
Yeah, I'll share it for sure. Thanks,
Yes.
by the way, for getting the Elgin Township Republicans involved as a sponsor for our broadcast tomorrow afternoon from The Wall That Heals.
You're welcome. It was our pleasure. And I just want to say thank you. I think you're going to be talking to a friend of mine's brother, Bob Panic.
Yeah.
And neat story about Bob Panic. Do we have a second to talk about? So Bob's father and my friend Kevin Panic, his father died in Vietnam, and he was MIA for many years. And as a matter of fact, my friend Kevin never got to meet his father because he was in his mama's belly. And years and years later, I heard the story about Kevin losing his father. And one thing led to another, and then you reached out to me about this Wall That Heals, which is fantastic. And I called Kevin, and Kevin said, "Ed, I'm not the guy. My brother is," because he's carried the torch for many, many years. So I really appreciate you listening to his story.
Oh, man.
And then everything, and he helps, different organizations like the POWMIA and everything like that. So it's just, thank you.
Well, thanks for making it happen. We look forward to that tomorrow afternoon. You have time for one quick phone call here?
Sure.
We got about 4 minutes. We have our friend John Prigge that is calling at 847-931-1410. Let's see what John's got on his mind. Hey, John.
Hello, gentlemen. Ed, nice to hear your voice and your ideas.
Thank you, Mr.
Going
Prigge.
forward.
Yes.
If I can just hopefully inspire you or at least get a thought going that what I would like to see out of the Township Republicans is an acceptance and an embracing that all positions that are filled by elected officials, whether it's the library or city council in Elgin especially, that the Township Republicans get involved in those races. Don't get involved solely on candidates that have a D or an R, because as a friend of mine told me one time, the positions, the race may not be partisan, but the positions certainly are.
Sure, John. Great. Yes, thank you. And I'd love to hear more of your input, because the Prigge name is well known here in Elgin, so we appreciate you and everything that your family's done.
Well, I can also, if I can suggest one other thing.
Please.
Being part of an organization, whether it's a Democrat, Republican, whatever, has to come with accountability. In the city of Elgin, there have been 4 city council members over the last 10 or 12 years who have proclaimed their conservative ideals of the Republican Party and then have crossed the line and defected to the Democrat side. There needs to be an accountability that if you're going to run as a Republican, reaching out to Republicans, accepting campaign help in the form of money or signs or walk carts, that you must follow the basic principles of being a Republican.
Sure. Yes.
And that is an important thing. And for those that accept the money and drink from the Republican well,
no, you're right.
In fact, you can no longer have them in your organization. They have made a change in their life and in their beliefs.
Sure.
So they need to go to that side. That has not been done.
Well,
with the Elgin Township Republicans.
Well, I'm glad I have an opportunity now to work on that. So thank you. Thank you.
I would appreciate it. And I think that would make government more healthy, even on the races that appear to be small, library boards, school districts. Those are crucial to getting changes and getting things fair.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Yes. Right. Thank you.
Well, thanks for taking the call, Ed. I'll continue to listen till the end of the show, and hopefully some things can begin with you, sir.
Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate your call, John. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
John Prigge checking in. Always checks in for various reasons. Very involved in local government.
Yes.
Here in Elgin and in the area. So thanks, John, for your thoughts. And that's pretty much going to wrap it up for now, Ed. But I'm sure we haven't seen the last of you, have we?
No, absolutely not.
Thanks for listening all the time. Thanks for being involved now with the radio station in certain ways. And I'm happy to be your friend, Eddie.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks, Marky. All right. Take care.
We'll talk to you soon. The Elgin Township Republicans are partnering with us in broadcasting tomorrow's event from the Wall That Heals, and also July 4th, our parade broadcast here in downtown Elgin. And that's going to end this hour, but the talk of this nature is not over yet, because we feature a new show coming up next hour with Brian Anderson, also very involved in local politics. It's Kane County Speaks. He's got a brand new show in the next hour, so listen, join us, call us, whatever you want to do, and enjoy this beautiful morning, heading for a high of 80, lots of sunshine on this Thursday.
Columbia College of Missouri Elgin campus is intent in their commitment to open doors and support those who strive for excellence. Too many people have been made to feel that higher education isn't a place for them, that it is someone else's dream. But Columbia College of Missouri has changed all that. With individualized attention and ongoing support, Columbia College knows a future built by you is a future built for you. Columbia College of Missouri Elgin campus, your new starts now. Visit ccis.edu.
Open Book joins the WRMN lineup every Monday from 1 to 2 p.m. Tune in to Open Book with the Gale Borden Library as their team brings you the features and events the library offers. Educational, informational, and timely. Open Book includes the services Gale Borden Library offers, like the summer reading program. That's Open Book every Monday at 1 p.m. with the Gale Borden Library. Brought to you thanks to KCT Credit Union, where your financial well-being is their top priority.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 9 o'clock.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Explore proven results with Sky Rizzy. A pair of 18-year-olds from Carpentersville are under arrest following a shooting on North McLean Boulevard. Luis Loya and Jose J. Gavina arrested after a shooting that occurred on May 19th resulted in one man being hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, both teenagers facing multiple gun-related charges. The Fox Valley Genealogical Society is inviting enthusiasts to delve into wartime histories with the upcoming presentation, Exploring the Greatest Generation, adding context to the veteran story by Jennifer Holick. The event scheduled for June 13th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Naperville Municipal Center. Elgin is set to host a celebration of Mexican Independence Day and the onset of Hispanic Heritage Month with the Fiestas Patrias set for Festival Park September 13th and 14th. The festivities will kick off with an array of cultural performances, a car meetup, and a diverse retail vendor market. With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Listen up. Four Corners Radio is the new addition to WRMN's exciting lineup of highly informative talk radio programs. The show is hosted by William Pellerinos, a nationally recognized DUI expert witness and author of the book DUIs Decoded. The discussions on this program will focus on legal issues, food and restaurants, arts and entertainment, and diabetic health information. William Pellerinos brings on a variety of guests that include restaurant chefs, health experts, authors, attorneys, police officers, nurses, and local artists. Listen to Four Corners Radio every Saturday at noon, beginning on Saturday, May 25th on WRMN. Find out more info on Twitter at Police Project 1 and on Facebook at Pellerino's Police Project. That's Pelarenos Police Project.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Bears OTAs continue today as the team gets set for mandatory minicamp in June. The Blue Jays beat the White Sox 9-2. Toronto scored 7 times in the bottom of the second. Bo Bichette homered and had 3 RBI. Dalton Varsho reached base 3 times and drove in a pair. Chicago wrapped up their road trip at 1-5. Tommy Pham had a solo homer. Paul DeYoung hit a sac fly. The Sox are just 5-21 away from home. At Wrigley Field Wednesday, the Braves pounded the Cubs 9-2. Atlanta put up 6 runs in the top of the 7th. Max Fried struck out 9 while throwing the 3-hitter for his second complete game of the season. Marcell Ozuna, Matt Olson, and Adam Duvall homered for the Braves, who had dropped 5 of 6. Chicago's runs came in the bottom of the 6th and the 8th. Miguel Amaya had an RBI ground out. Then in the 8th, Dansby Swanson scored on a wild pitch. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW. Make amazing happen. Learn more at CDW.
Searching for a financial partner that truly has your best interest at heart? Join KCT Credit Union, where they're more than just a bank. They're a not-for-profit financial cooperative. KCT members are owners, meaning profits go back to you in the form of lower loan rates, higher savings rates, and fewer fees. Experience personalized service that puts you first. Become a part of KCT, where your financial well-being is their top priority. Visit kctcu.org. Each account insured up to $250,000 by member's choice. This institution is not federally insured. Discover the authentic taste of Italy at Massiano's Pizza and Pastaria of Elgin. There is one inexhaustible aspect of everyday life that never dulls, namely the simple pleasure of eating and drinking. Massiano's wants to make sure that this is the best part of your day. Visit Massianos.com and sign up to view their special offers all year long. Delivery, carry out, or dine in, enjoy it anyway, because life is good at Massiano's.
Your kids could get free or low-cost health coverage from Medicaid or CHIP. Even if you've applied before, they may be eligible now. Kids up to age 19 are covered for checkups, vaccines, dentist visits, hospital care, and more. And if they already have Medicaid or CHIP, remember to renew every year. Visit insurekidsnow.gov or call 877-KIDS-NOW. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The weather is getting better, and we know it's the time when ladders and DIYers come out. Before you start any new outdoor projects, ComEd wants you to know that electricity can jump from a power line to you and the tools you're using. So maintain a safe distance from any power lines. You can also call ComEd at 1-800-EDISON-1 to have those power lines de-energized the next time you do any type of work around them. Stay smart, stay safe, stay back. ComEd, powering lives.
Adrenaline Monkey is located inside the Life Zone 360 building on Route 72 in West Dundee. Release your inner wild child at Adrenaline Monkey. It's the area's highest octane indoor adventure center. Perfect for the whole family, too. Adventurers of all ages can try Ninja Warrior obstacles, rock climbing, vertical adventures, and aerial course. Adrenaline Monkey can also host your organization's team building programs. Half-day and full-day sessions are available. Visit adrenalinemonkeyfun.com/WD. Beef Villa's 3 locations offer much more than their signature Italian beef. Try the Italian sausage, roasted chicken, and more. There's a big variety of delicious side dishes. Beef Villa uses quality ingredients from homemade recipes, and they purchase top-of-the-quality food products from their vendors to bring you the absolute best tasting of foods. Beef Villa's great service and quality are waiting for you, but you won't be waiting long because it's always hot and fresh. Visit beefvilla.com.
Welcome to our brand new show. It's Kane County Speaks here at WRMN, AM 1410, and at WRMN Radio on YouTube, live from downtown Elgin on this great morning. We're joined by Brian Anderson. He's been on the show a couple times over the past few months. He's locally involved in politics, and it's only been for a couple of years, but Brian's a good reason why some others should get involved, because he kind of just took it and ran with it. So we'll learn more about Brian. How you doing, Brian? Good morning.
Mark, good morning. What a beautiful day here in downtown Elgin.
Yeah.
And just delighted to be on the show. As you just alluded to your audience, I think I've been on here live in the studio 2 or 3 times, and then I think I've called in twice in the last 6 months. And I remember you and I kind of kicking the idea around, maybe after the first of the year, Kane County Speaks. That sounds good, because we'd like to take our focus not just in Elgin, but everywhere in this beautiful county of Kane. Mm-hmm. And it's amazing. And so I'm just thankful, patiently waiting and working with you that we're here today. And I'll tell the audience, I asked you this question this morning. Take me back to the first time you ever got on the air. You were probably not as seasoned an expert as you are today, and that's where I find myself, a novice, stumbling, bumbling, and fumbling. And so we'll see how this show goes, and hopefully I'll get a little better and better as every other Thursday, I think, is the plan.
That's right.
Kane County Speaks every other Thursday from 9 to 10. And just to let the audience know, today I came solo, just wanted to share what's happening in Kane County, more importantly, the Kane County government, that I have been attending the board meetings with some other folks around Kane County, which I'll pivot back to in a moment, for about the last 14 months, and consistently going, and then talk a little bit about some board meetings that are coming up that I think everybody listening today needs to hear. And then as we get into June 6th, I think that Thursday, I will have our first guest on, and I'll keep it a surprise until then. But going forward, want to kind of do a combination of what's happening with the Kane County Government Board, some of the board members, and then obviously have some guests on, since we are in this election cycle between now and November 5th.
Well, since you just mentioned you've been going to the board meetings now for 14 months, why don't you, since you're going to have a show here every week, tell us maybe a little bit about yourself, like what got you involved? Why were you never going to board meetings? Why were you never involved? And then what made you suddenly become involved? And now you're like super all over it all the time, right? It's like a passion of yours.
So thanks for that question. Like most men or women, right, as we are raising our families, we're busy. Working 8 to faint. We're busy. In different seasons of life. We've got our kids that are, in middle school, grade school, high school, whatever, and then sports, and then activities, and then there's not a lot of time.
Yeah.
And, my wife and I were empty nesters. And about 14 months ago, a friend of mine that I go to church with, he's like, hey, let me ask you a question. I know your political ideology and your beliefs, and I know that you were one of the few parents going to at the time, District 129 school board meetings there at Aurora West, and encouraging and challenging the board members on different topics and situations, and that's a whole different conversation we could get into. And he's like, what do you really know about what's going on with Kane County government? And I'm like, embarrassed, kind of scratch my head, not a lot. And I started attending the board meetings probably 14 months ago, and along the way have met some great people, which I'll talk about here in a moment. But when I say attend these board meetings, I mean, I've been going every week of every month, pretty consistent for the last 14 months. And hence, I think your audience can see, Kane County Speaks. So, kind of prefacing that, Kane County Speaks is this grassroots group, as your earlier guest, Ed Dreen, was on, new township chair of Elgin, great guy, energy, patriot, wanting to do the right things in Elgin to grow awareness. Men and women like Ed that just want to maybe start getting involved locally. What's happening in Elgin, right? What's happening in Kane County? Because there's a lot happening, right? And so what I love about Kane County Speaks and the group is this isn't just, and oh, by the way, you'd ask me, so we live in Sugar Grove, and within Kane County government, and many of your audience listeners may or may not know this, the Kane County government consists of 24 board members that represent you and I, John Q. taxpayer, all over Kane County. The breakdown, it's 16 Democrats and 8 Republicans. And, as I was thinking about this morning, you and I, as citizens, as taxpayers, we don't have a whole lot of control. This whole Democrat and Republican and independent, you got to kind of pick a party. You got to pick a team. And I think that sometimes if we just strip everything away and go, do we have the right people in the right seats making the right decisions? That's another fresh perspective to look at it, which I'll talk about that a little bit later. But anyway, coming together and meeting people, Kane County Speaks kind of formed, grew out of this grassroots movement, if you will. And literally, I'm connecting weekly with men and women that live in Aurora and Sugar Grove and Batavia and St. Charles and Sleepy Hollow and Dundee and Carpentersville and Elgin. And it's amazing. And you start talking to people and find out that they have similar and the same passions that you do. I don't know, less taxes, smaller government regulations, smaller government control, and wow, who's paying attention? Who's watching? Who's monitoring? And going to these board meetings, I can tell you that both sides, some great members of the board that are on the Democrat side and the Republican side, thanking us. There was a time, guys, that we'd have these board meetings. There's nobody. There's never a constituent. There's never a citizen in the crowd. And some of these board meetings last for 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. And so they've liked the fact that citizen engagement and paying attention is a good thing, holding people accountable. So that was really the spirit of this whole Kane County Speaks idea for Brian. And people that know me, I talk about 2 things pretty frequently. And Ed alluded to it when he was talking about what he's doing as the Elgin Township Chair with the number of elected PCs and the opportunity for appointed PCs just in Elgin, right? And it's citizen engagement. It's one neighbor at a time. And so for your listeners, wherever you are today, it's that Paul Revere message. Where you live in your neighborhood or in your precinct, which is a little bit different conversation as we get into it, we need to know what's going on. And I'll get into that in just a few minutes by sharing with you, by attending these board meetings, what I didn't know what was going on 14 months ago to what I do know what's going on now. And the other one is the call to action. And anytime somebody, whether you've got 5 minutes a week or an extra 30 hours a week, we're really at a time where citizen engagement in our country, and more importantly in our county and these local municipalities, they're at an all-time low. So I'm always talking to people about the call to action. You do make a voice, you do make a difference, and I can tell you, Mark, that after going to these board meetings with other like-minded people all over Kane County, and that's why I got involved, I wanted to see, is the American spirit still alive? Can citizens come together with the right attitude, with the right mindset, and create positive change? You and Ed were talking about the election and the election cycles, and then people are in positions and people complain and they don't do anything.
Yeah.
I'm here to tell you that I've seen it with my own eyes and ears, that we've made a difference, and we've challenged and encouraged and inspired the Kane County board members to, maybe for the first time in a while, and again, my opinions are my opinions, because some people might disagree with me, and that's okay. They've taken what they do a little bit more seriously, and I've seen it in their posture. I've seen it in their asking questions now across the aisle, and really challenging the chair, Corinne Pirogue, who she's now coming into her into the 4 years, and she is up for re-election, and I make no bones about it. I am a conservative. We have conservative values, and we would love to see Lance Bell, who is running for the Kane County chair, win that spot November 5th because of his professional background and his leadership abilities, which we'll get into that at a different time. But let me take a breath for a minute.
Sure. You're listening to Brian Anderson. This is Kane County Speaks. You can go to kanecountyspeaks.com to read more about the grassroots organization. And then if you want to talk to Brian, we're on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube. So I'm watching the comments that come in, and also we can take phone calls at 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410. We'll be on the air for about 40 more minutes this morning. So nice to have you in, Brian, and talking about your involvement. I noticed that there's always the public comments section at the beginning of all of these, even our Elgin Township meetings and board meetings, and you partake in those a lot. Now, you go up and you make your public comments. Do you feel like going up there as a citizen and making public comments that are not responded to by members of the board? They're just listening, hearing what you have to say, that they make a difference?
So another great question, and it's validated what I just said a few minutes ago. Can we make a difference? Can people come together and challenge, encourage, inspire, debate, dialogue? What an old word from 100 years ago? Encourage rhetoric, debate, because there's always a second or third right answer. And I would tell you that in the beginning, nobody's ever come. Citizens rarely come to these board meetings, and you get up. And if the public comment is an agenda item, you have 5 minutes to speak. And if it's a non-agenda item, you'd have 3 minutes to speak. And I would say, honestly, that in the beginning, these board members are like, okay, here's John Q. Taxpayer. He's coming in to complain, make a few comments. And it felt like it was on in one ear and out the other. We never left. We've continued to come. citizen engagement. Sometimes we'll have 20, 25, 30 people from around Kane County, which is beautiful. It's not just St. Charles or Geneva or Sugar Grove where I live. These are men and women that they want to actually see some change in their local government, which is the Kane County government. But back to your main question, I can tell you that over the last 14 months, do they listen? Do decisions get done? And I think that I would like to believe the gentle pressure applied of them listening to their constituents, which, by the way, in their vision and mission statement, and I'm going off of memory right now, in their mission statement, their job is to be accountable to we the people. Now, it's another paragraph, but I always like to stop right there because that really is the beginning and the end. Are they really being accountable to we the people? And it's right there in their mission statement, and I do remind them that on a regular basis. Now, we got the property taxes by continued gentle pressure applied. They wanted to raise our property taxes. So all of your listeners, right? Everybody's working hard. Some people work 2 or 3 jobs. Interest rates are skyrocketing. It doesn't take anybody with an MBA to go into Jewel or Woodman's and go, wait a second, I was paying $1.89 for eggs, now it's $3.99, right? The list goes on and on and on. We got them to vote down raising your property taxes. They wanted to raise them. It had been 13 years. We got that shut down. They wanted to raise the motor fuel tax in Kane County by 4 cents. Now, that's a whole different conversation, but we got that shut down. There was a $110 million new government building that it was Madam Chair, as would be the formal way to pronounce Madam Chair, the chairman of the board, Karina Pirogue, big baby. They spent $750,000 for architectural plans. Here's what it could look like. Here's what will be. Here's what will be located. And we got that shut down, which is a different conversation. Right now, they're trying to impose a 1% retail specialty retail tax, and that's still up for debate. What I find interesting is the Democrats right now, because it's an election year, they kind of, as we go to these board meetings, first they wanted it, then the temperature, let's put it off, and I think, and again, I may be wrong, I think they may put it off until the next election cycle next year, because they don't want to deal with it. We just got them to shut down. They had these grand plans to spend 20, and I'm not embellishing, 20 to 50 million on a new healthcare building in Kane County, and they voted that down. Now let me pause for a minute in case you have another question.
I don't at the moment. 847-931-1410 is the number to call. We have Eric Stairs checking in on YouTube today. Eric running for Kane County Board. He says, a great show, fantastic host, and always amazing patriot. Brian Anderson, it's an honor serving on the township board with you, trusty Bielek, says Eric Stair. So thanks, Eric, for listening.
Love that. Love him. And you know why we're bouncing around. I've gotten to know Eric, a man of strong faith, served in our military with distinction, a loving husband, a man of his community. This is a guy who, you know, I kidded him one day. I said, I love you that you are a sanitation engineer. And he goes, Brian, let's call it what it is. I'm a garbage man.
I know, he says that all the time.
And I love his humility.
Yeah.
This is a guy who is up, 4 o'clock in the morning. Then he works an 8, 10, 12-hour shift. Then would come home and take a shower, get cleaned up, go door to door, meeting, talking with people about why he would be a good candidate to be a board member for the Kane County Board. And I just salute him with great admiration because of his unwavering work ethic and commitment. So thanks for that, Eric. I want to rewind for a moment, Mark. So, you know, the healthcare building. Now, There's two of them in Kane County, and I'll never forget going to a board meeting. Mavis Bates, and she is also up for re-election, and she happens to be, if my memory serves me correctly, she is in District 4 out of Aurora. And she, at one of the board meetings, said, we desperately need this $20 million building, and we need the services. It's almost like build it and they will come. And, during COVID, that's why we've lost all of these citizens that don't go to either one of these locations. So I'm like, okay. So I got in my car, and I don't live too far from the location in Aurora. And I went there, and nobody there. Dead, all kinds of different signs. We don't do this, we do this, we provide this. There were 4 or 5 people behind a glass cube, all on the phone. They kept raising their finger like, we'll be with you in a minute. So I was in there for about 10 minutes, and nobody ever got off the phone and came in, so I left. I drove up to the other location in Elgin, and I was actually dumbfounded. I walked in, and a huge sign on the door, effective immediately. And I'm going off the top of my head. I don't have it in front of me, but something to the effect, effective immediately going forward. This location is only open on Tuesdays. If you need any of the other healthcare services, you need to go to Aurora. Here's the mind blower. That bulletin was in 2016 or 2018. I went back to the next board meeting, and I politely shared with board member Bates that it's a dead zone in Elgin. Nobody's going. Nobody needs those services. You're only open 1 day a week. And oh, by the way, it had absolutely nothing to do with what happened between 2020, I don't know, of May, when we first started getting these wild, draconian lockdowns, if you will, to when they dissipated. This was all in 2018, 2019, 2020, and I think it was 2016. So it'd been probably 8 years. Anyway, at the end of the day, the board made a good decision. They voted it down because there's so much available commercial real estate in Kane County. And here's where I love the fiscal responsibility and making good decisions. I'm going off track here for a minute. Most of your listeners may not know. This is a big job. 24 board members and a chair, and then all different departments. And I'm embellishing a little bit. It's almost a $400 million budget, right? Actually, to be exact, it's $394 million. It's almost $400 million. Okay. So it's a big job.
Yeah.
Good financial stewardship is what the board decided. They go, you know what? We're going to find a new vacant building somewhere in Kane County, and let's spend 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and find it that actually can be a good services for the citizens of Kane County. Very good. So going back to your my long-winded response to your question, yes, Mark, things can get done when people challenge, encourage, inspire, and you get the board members to actually work together and collaborate. And I've seen some beautiful moments over the last 14 months where it isn't the Democrat and Republican and they're fighting and we're not going to do this, to wonderful cross-the-aisle collaboration. Does it happen all the time? No. Is it starting to happen? Yes.
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, great start. Kane County Speaks, first half of the show in the books. You're welcome to give us a call in the second half or be a part of the show at 847-931-1410 if you want to. This is WRMN AM 1410, and we're on YouTube at WRMN Radio on YouTube, and we'll be right back with more on this beautiful morning. right, 69 degrees here in downtown Elgin. It's a beautiful morning. Winds are out of the south at 3. We're heading for a high of about 80 today, 80 again tomorrow with a chance of a shower or thunderstorm tomorrow afternoon. Let's check a little news here, and then we're back with more of Kane County Speaks.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by Sky Rizzy. Explore proven results with Sky Rizzy. Elgin is set to host a celebration of Mexican Independence Day and the onset of Hispanic Heritage Month with the Fiestas Patrias set for Festival Park September 13th and 14th. The festivities will kick off with an array of cultural performances, a car meetup, and a diverse retail vendor market. A pair of 18-year-olds from Carpentersville are under arrest following a shooting on North McLean Boulevard. Luis Loya and Jose J. Gavina arrested after a shooting that occurred on May 19th resulted in one man being hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, both teenagers facing multiple gun-related charges. The Fox Valley Genealogical Society is inviting enthusiasts to delve into wartime histories with the upcoming presentation, Exploring the Greatest Generation, adding context to the veteran story by Jennifer Holick. The event scheduled for June 13th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Naperville Municipal Center. With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget, think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
The Elgin Police Department is partnering with the Illinois Department of Transportation, the Illinois State Police, and more than 200 local law enforcement agencies to step up enforcement efforts across the state in recognition of Distracted Driving Awareness Month. Throughout April, motorists can expect increased patrols looking for texting and driving as well as other traffic violations. Between 2012 and 2021, approximately 32,000 lives were lost in crashes involving distracted drivers. Everyone has the potential for distracted driving crashes, but those between the ages of 16 and 24 are especially at risk. If you need to text, pull over to a safe location. Or if you have a passenger, consider appointing a designated texter. Whatever the solution, don't text and drive. In Illinois, using your phone in anything other than a hands-free mode is not only dangerous, but it's also illegal. The Illinois Distracted Driving Campaign is funded with federal traffic safety funds administered by IDOT. Beef Villa is a family-owned restaurant that has been in business for over 50 years. With homemade recipes made with quality ingredients, Beef Villa's great service and quality is served hot and fast. For the menu, catering locations, or for an application to join the Beef Villa team, visit beefvilla.com. Saturdays mean cruise nights, weather permitting, on Spring Street in South Elgin. Visit beefvilla.com.
Roll into Bolero in Algonquin or Roselle and wake up with a story to tell. Bolero is bowling, gaming, dining, and nightlife with a twist. Score a sweet deal every day of the week and save big by checking out the daily deals online. Team up with your friends and hit the lanes by forming your own social club. Clubs offer lively competition and laid-back fun for everyone. From beginners to pros, make new friends, bowl, and hang out at a happening place. Visit bolero.com.
Live radio, we're back on it here at WRMN AM 1410 and WRMN Radio on YouTube. It's Kane County Speaks. We got someone at the door, Brian Anderson, and we had to help him for a second. But and we have what else is going on out there? A leaf blower or something? A busy morning here in downtown Elgin. A busy morning here on the show. Thanks for having the first show with us today, Brian, and for bringing Kane County Speaks to WRMN. And the phone number to call if you want to be on with Brian is 847-931-1410. 847-931-1410. Catherine Edwards, I call her Crazy Kathy. She says, great listening to you, Brian. Great ideas. Eric Stair is a very faithful believer who wants the best for seniors, as you do. And also Karen Wineland says, good morning to you, Brian, as well. And we have a caller on the line. Do you want to take the call?
Let's take the call.
847-931-1410. And Jim joins us here on the show. Hey, Jim.
Hey, it's Jim Whittington from St. Charles, and I want to congratulate my friend Brian Anderson for being so persistent in his messaging and arranging this show. I want to thank you, Marky, for allowing Brian to be a regular on your show and speak to the events and everything going on in Kane County.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it's a great addition to the station, especially as we try to grow beyond just being known as an Elgin station. We want to be more Kane County oriented going forward.
Right. Hey, Brian, I haven't been able to attend meetings recently due to some of my own busy schedule, but I did hear recently that the chairman is actually was trying to put through a raise to her salary of 33%. Is that true?
So first, Jim, thanks for calling in, and I'm just going to remind Mark that, over the past 14 months, meeting different people around Kane County, had the opportunity and pleasure to get connected with Jim. He's another, lives out in the St. Charles area, I believe, loves Kane County, loves his community, loves his neighborhood, and is one of these citizens that wants to be engaged. And so, Jim, your timing is actually perfect because I'm going to start talking about why I was so excited that Mark was able to get Kane County Speaks on the air today because of a big board meeting, and it's that call to action for all of the listeners this morning that they Tuesday, May 28th, at 4 p.m. It's currently listed on the Kane County government website under the calendar as the COW, which is what's called the county-wide meeting. However, we believe that it's going to be changed to a special county board meeting. They have not done that yet. Why do I say that? Because, and I was going to talk about that whole compensation in this second segment, which I will. But since you called and you're on the phone right now, I'll answer that. Yes, they have between now and June 3rd, and so if you look at the Kane County board members' calendar, they have to do it here pretty quickly. Otherwise, if they do not get the compensation committee approved, then they have to wait for a whole election cycle. So we're watching the Kane County government calendar to see if something changes. But to answer your question, Jim, which we're going to talk about that in a few minutes, they'd like to take, so Corina Pirogue, for the listeners, she's the chairman of the board, and she is currently making a base of $105,000. And oh, by the way, everything that I share is always public knowledge if you know where to look and dig. They'd like to take her pay up, I don't know, 130, 135. I've got the documents in front of me. And oh, by the way, in the May 10th, so for all the listeners, any of your listeners, Mark, they can go to YouTube. They can key in Kane County government. Okay. And all of a sudden, all the board meetings, they're listed on YouTube. And if your listeners would go and log on and look for the Kane County Elected Official Compensation Review Committee, Advisory Committee, it was May 10th, staggering. It was a staggering meeting. And why do I mean that? Well, I went to the meeting that followed that, and again, your listeners can go to the Kane County Elected Official Salary Review Ad Hoc Committee, which was May 15th. So 5 days after, they had another kind of an emergency meeting, and I would encourage all the listeners to go to both those different board meetings and listen. Now, the first board meeting that I alluded to on May 10th, it's 2 hours and 29 minutes long, but at the hour and 22 minute mark, you've got, here's what really set me off. As a business professional, 30 years, I was on compensation committee boards, I was on steering committees, and anytime the executive, their compensation is being discussed, they would never be in the room. Madam Chair, I mean, it's on the record. She's talking and listening while they're talking about taking her compensation. Vern Tepe, in a chuckling sense, who, oh, by the way, he is up for re-election. He's out of District 22, and we've got a wonderful gentleman in Elgin, David Tees, for the local listeners, is stepped up and is running against Vern Tepe, and that's a whole different conversation, and want to talk to David Tees at some point in time about what's going on. But Vern Tepe, kind of chuckling, I think we should pay her $150,000, $160,000. I was just talking to Mark before you called in, Jim, and Mark, if you can chime in, I asked you, I said, you know, all of us that work, we're on a salary, we're on a base, and typically you may get a 1% or 2%, 3% pay increase. And what did I ask you?
What did you ask me? Have I ever gotten a 30% pay increase in 1 year?
Yes.
And I think my response was I hadn't had a pay raise in like 7 years of working here until recently. So a lot of people don't see any kind of pay raise to that extent. In fact, very few people do, if anybody does, right?
So you're exactly right, and that was, I was so delighted when we got the whole Kane County Speaks show that it was today, because this really is the call to action for any of your listeners anywhere in Kane County to go to this board meeting on May 28th at 4, and if it changes, then we'll figure out a way to let everybody know. But this compensation committee was apprised by some men and women that really do not have, at least appears on paper, compensation experience. And as I alluded earlier on different board members, so proud of board member Juby out of District 11. She actually, in that board meeting, called it out and said, what you're doing and how you're handling this compensation, when it comes to the big-time board meeting, the county board meeting to vote, I'll be voting against this. Currently, just to let your listeners know, the county clerk, and again, this is all public knowledge, the county clerk is making a little over $90,000, the recorder $89,000, the auditor $88,000, and the coroner $88,000. This compensation committee just arbitrarily, like coming up, they didn't have any kind of a data-driven perspective, like, let's just take them to 120. Let's just take them to 120. That's a huge pay increase. Now, just to let everybody know, when I went to the May 15th board meeting, 5 days later, they took that pay from 120 down to a flat 110. Okay? So you do the math, 88 grand, I'm going to take you up to 110. That's still a pretty healthy increase. Now, I spent most of my career leading and coaching and managing other people, and certainly when it came to compensation. Everybody that works hard, right, and you're doing the right things right, and you're following some certain matrix, and like, hey man, your performance and productivity is outstanding, yes, I'm taking your pay up from 30 to 32, from 32 to 36, from 36 to 38. Increments where people feel like, okay, I'm growing in my compensation, I'm growing in my ability. But to just arbitrarily go, well, we need to take these people up, and then taking the chair position from 105 to 130 is absolutely insane. And again, recognizing another board member Sylvia out of District 10 and Melina, they're challenging the status quo and making some very good points on how we need to look at it. So when I went to the May 15th board meeting on this compensation committee, I went in with very specific data points and suggesting that that's how they take a look at it. And I'm looking at my notes here, and I can't find them, wouldn't you believe it. Here they are. So I gave an example, and just for your listeners, there's a wonderful website. It's called Comparability, where you can go on and take a look and find out compensation of just about anybody in any industry all over the country. And I suggested at the board meeting that the board members use that in their kind of brainstorming and planning. And I gave the example, okay, you've got a coroner in Seattle, Washington, making $84,887. Ours is already at $88,000. That's fine. You want to give that coroner a little pay increase? Understandable. But from 88 to 110, and oh, by the way, board members, the population of Seattle, Washington is 749,000. So it's a much larger marketplace than Kane County with 513, let's just call it 513 to 519. Then I took them to a wonderful website called statsamerica.org. And that website is amazing. You can take a look at all the 3,100 counties across the United States, and it tells where Kane County ranks. Now, in this compensation committee meeting, they were trying to use, I don't know, Lake County, some of these other counties. So Cook, out of the 3,100 counties, Cook County ranks number 2, Will County 123, Lake County 92. By the way, Kane County comes in at 150 with a population decrease over the next 5 to 10 years of a negative 3%. Why do I bring that up? I was just sharing that with the board that they need to be looking at compensation models that would be in similar counties, similar to Kane County. Lake County, obviously, some of these others rank much higher, which means the people are going to be making a lot more money, and so it's really not fair. And they were trying to say, well, in DuPage County or in Lake County, no, actually, they need to look at other counties across the country that are a little bit more in line. So I don't even know if Jim is still on the phone.
Yeah, I am, Brian. You
got to breathe every once in a while, Brian. Yeah. Let Jim talk.
I have to number one, compliment you and how, you really focused in on the data and why it's important to evaluate and take all that into account. But what really just amazes me, I like to look at the big picture on these things, is the chairman seems to be tone deaf. I mean, she's oblivious to what seems, everything I read, the economy is not doing well. People are getting laid off, not getting a raise. They're getting the thumb out the door. And so she seems to be tone deaf. And 6 months before she's up for election, this is what she cares about, is pushing through a big pay increase for herself and some of her fellow board members. This is the woman that was elected with funds, most of her funds coming, I think it was like 98% of her funds came from union contractors, and the first thing she did was push through an ordinance that the county could only hire union contractors, and she made things less competitive and more expensive for all the constituents here. So when they go out to bid to get a job done, only union people can bid on it. There's lots of qualified non-union contractors out there, but what did she do? She practiced the old standard of pay to play. She rewarded the people that paid for her to get in office. And then what does she do? She turns right around, and now she's pushing through a big pay increase for herself. This is the kind of stuff that angers me, and I'm sure angers a lot of the people listening to this. I don't understand it. What are they thinking? What are their priorities? Because they certainly aren't about being wise financial stewards. with our tax dollars.
Well, thanks for those comments, Jim, and I'll take you back to where I started early in the program. This is a big job, and the budget is almost $400 million. And as a taxpayer and a citizen, I was looking for two things when I started to go to these board meetings. Are they being fiscally responsible, and is sound leadership leading this group of 24 board members? And when it came to these compensation meetings that were just recent, May 10th and May 15th, I'm telling your viewers passionately, go on, listen to them. It's painstaking. You get a very clear idea of how chaotic the board is being run. Not by all of them, but by a few. Vern Tepe is absolutely, he's, when I shared with Mark earlier, when he goes, Brian, can you make a difference? Well, it was Vern Tepe along with just a few others. This is blow your mind. 24 board members. Literally 23 of them said, yeah, we don't want to raise the taxes. Vern Tepe did. Vern Tepe wants to raise the property tax, the motor fuel tax. He wants the 1% tax. He is lockstep with Madam Chair, the chairman of the board. The other board members, the other Democrats, they used common sense. Like you said, they took into account they weren't being tone deaf. They know where the economy is right now. But this guy in District 22, this Vern Tepe, I'm sorry, folks, up here in Elgin, in your neck of the woods, it is a Paul Revere call. We can do better regardless of the political nameplate of a Democrat. I know independents and I know moderate Democrats that would go, this is insane. I'm working hard, college tuition is going up, my mortgage rate isn't changing, and this is a guy who wanted to take up all the taxes when even his own colleagues are like, nope, I agree. Now, back to what you said, Jim, it's a big job, $400 million. The compensation committee, that should be very well thought out and very well planned out, and it just appears that they're throwing money around. And, I believe it was, and I want to make sure that I am making the right comment with the right board member. I believe it was Sylvia. You have to excuse me here for a minute.
This is Kane County Speaks on WRMN. I was trying to buy you a little time there. Kane County Speaks for just about 4 minutes left in the show. And by the way, we have one more call, just so you know, Brian.
Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna hop off, Brian. But again, congratulations on arranging this show, and thank you, Marky, for continuing to give a voice to the constituents of Kane County.
Hey, thanks for calling, Jim. Don't be a stranger, okay?
Thank you, Jim, and thanks for that, Mark. It was Monica Sylvia out of District 7, a Democrat, who, again, as Mark was alluding, she wasn't tone deaf, using common sense, challenging this compensation committee, going, wait a second, there are men and women around Kane County. She said, this is her words, I didn't run for this position for the money. I ran to serve my constituents in where she lives. And all of these candidates, whether it's a David Tease or an Eric Stair or a Lance Bell or a Gretchen Butler, they already know what the compensation is. They're not doing it for the money. They're at a point in their lives where our founding fathers said, hey, man, go out, be the farmer, be the doctor, be the store owner, right? And then give back to your community. Go and serve at the local municipality. And that's what I love about Kane County Speaks is, in Illinois, and it's a whole different conversation, at the state level, there's not a lot we can do. Washington, D.C. is broken. There's not a lot we can do. But in our own counties, if we can't even get a dog catcher elected, then we've got some real problems. But I've seen some great things happen. And I think when you have the right people in the right seats doing the right things, then you can get some things done. But this compensation business needs to be addressed, and I think when they hear from we the people. Now, Mark alluded, I've just got a short period of time, and this is, again, a call to action quickly for the citizens that live either in Elgin or down around Aurora. We've got some slate going on right now, and so we've got Donald Puckett, who is out of District 43, and anybody listening to me right now, Don's phone number, you can call him or text him, 847-490-46 4856. Call or text him. If you can give him any time between now and June 3rd, he needs signatures so he can compete against Anna Moeller, the opponent out of District 43. And then we've got Teresa Alexander representing folks out of the 50th District. And her phone number is 630-234-7131. And again, if you've got some time to walk and get signatures, both these people need a certain amount of signatures that they can get on the ballot for this election cycle.
Yeah, and Don's on the phone right now. I don't know, we're down to like a minute, so
okay.
Don, if there's anything quick you can tell us. Hey, Don, how you doing?
Hi, Mark, Brian, good to hear you on. I just wanted to call and support the new effort, the new show here on WRMN, and reiterate that we need a voice and a focus on local and Kane County. And Brian, you're that man. You're perfect for this. And yes, I need signatures, but basically I just want to call and support you guys. And, you know, I know we're limited on time, so God bless you and keep up the good work. And you've got my phone number. Let's get it done. All levels. Like a 50-state action, all local. Right on.
Thanks, Don. Appreciate it. We'll hear from Don, I'm sure, in the future. And Brian, we're flat out of time, but thanks for a first great show today. We look forward to having these shows every 2 weeks.
Thanks, Mark. Outstanding. And I hope your listeners show up at this big board meeting coming up on Tuesday, May 28th. I know we're out of time, and it's at 4 o'clock. But let's pack the Kane County government building with patriots that want to hold those people accountable. That's our job. Have a great week.
Yeah, and our next show with Brian will be Kane County Speaks 2 weeks from today, which I think is June 6th. Brian Kilmeade comes your way next. Keep it right here on WRMN. Hey everybody, this is Marky B from the First Shift Morning Show, inviting you to join us for a live broadcast from The Wall That Heals, a 3/4 scale replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, along with a mobile education center, Friday, May 24th from 4 to 6 p.m. at Randall Oaks Park in West Dundee. The Wall That Heals honors the more than 3 million Americans who served in the U.S. Armed Forces in the Vietnam War, and it bears the names of the 58,281 men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice in Vietnam. Our live broadcast that day is brought to you by True Patriots Care, a nonprofit organization dedicated to recognizing and supporting those who have served their communities as first responders and as members of the armed services. It's a live broadcast from The Wall That Heals in West Dundee, Friday, May 24th from 4 to 6 p.m. right here on WRMN, AM 1410, and on YouTube at WRMN Radio.
Over time, you want to work less of it, so you need your crop protection to work more of it. When you add Tapran or Last Chance Pro adjuvants from CHS, they will. Designed for maximum efficacy, Last Chance Pro improves the uptake and translocation of herbicides, while Tapran helps activate herbicides for better performance against tough-to-control weeds. Ask your local CHS retailer how Tapran and Last Chance Pro adjuvants can put your crop protection to work.
Your hometown radio station since 1949. We are WRMN AM 1410, Elgin time, 10 o'clock.
With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan. Brought to you by the U.S. Postal Service. The Fox Valley Genealogical Society is inviting enthusiasts to delve into wartime histories with the upcoming presentation, Exploring the Greatest Generation, adding context to the veteran story by Jennifer Holick. The event scheduled for June 13th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Naperville Municipal Center. Elgin is set to host a celebration of Mexican Independence Day and the onset of Hispanic Heritage Month with the Fiestas Patrias set for Festival Park September 13th and 14th. The festivities will kick off with an array of cultural performances, a car meetup, and a diverse retail vendor market. A pair of 18-year-olds from Carpentersville are under arrest following a shooting on North McLean Boulevard. Luis Loya and Jose J. Gavina arrested after a shooting that occurred on May 19th resulted in one man being hospitalized with non-life-threatening injuries, both teenagers facing multiple gun-related charges. With your AM 1410 WRMN Newsflash, I'm Sean Kernan.
If you need Bold banners to boost your business, but you're on a budget? Think Staples. Posters, flyers, signs, and menus for less? Think Staples. Staples can print anything you need to move your business forward. Now at Staples, save $50 on your print purchase of $150 or more. Same-day service available on hundreds of items if you order by noon. And all backed by Staples' Print Perfect guarantee. So it's done right or it's printed again free. Staples, your local print and marketing expert. N61, visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Attention all Schaumburg Boomers fans. Join the Schaumburg Boomers at Wintrust Fields on May 24th, May 25th, and May 26th versus the Lake Erie Crushers. On May 25th at 3 p.m., it's a Hawaiian shirt giveaway. The first 1,500 fans receive a Boomers Hawaiian shirt thanks to Ascension, Illinois. On May 26th, starting at 6:30 versus the Lake Erie Crushers, there will be a special Memorial Day weekend Sunday night fireworks show.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Bears OTAs continue today as the team gets set for mandatory minicamp in June. The Blue Jays beat the White Sox 9-2. Toronto scored 7 times in the bottom of the second. Bo Bichette homered and had 3 RBI. Dalton Varsho reached base 3 times and drove in a pair. Chicago wrapped up their road trip at 1-5. Tommy Pham had a solo homer. Paul DeYoung hit a sac fly. The Sox are just 5-21 away from home. At Wrigley Field Wednesday, the Braves pounded the Cubs 9-2. Atlanta put up 6 runs in the top of the 7th. Max Fried struck out 9 while throwing the 3-hitter for his second complete game of the season. Marcell Ozuna, Matt Olson, and Adam Duvall homered for the Braves, who had dropped 5 of 6. Chicago's runs came in the bottom of the 6th and the 8th. Miguel Amaya had an RBI ground out. Then in the 8th, Dansby Swanson scored on a wild pitch. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive.
I'm Chuck Sanders on News Talk Radio 1410 WRMN.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024, Bank of America, N.A.
Something amazing is happening in education. Students are inspired and engaged. That's because school districts consulted with CDW, who designed modern classroom solutions with pre-configured HP devices, making learning more accessible, secure, and immersive. Now when students study topics like elephants, it feels like elephants are there with them. HP and CDW make amazing happen.
Go out for Chinese tonight at the China House, 1900 Sycamore Road in DeKalb. Enjoy a platter for 2, which includes Shanghai shrimp rolls, beef teriyaki, crab rangoon, spare ribs, as well as chicken wings and shrimp. The China House also offers all Chinese favorites, as well as sushi and hibachi, plus American food and ice cream. Try seafood, beef, chicken, sushi, and more from their most popular buffet items. Let China House tempt your taste buds. Call 815-748-0032. Go out for Chinese tonight at the China House, 1900 Sycamore Road in DeKalb. Enjoy a platter for 2, which includes Shanghai shrimp rolls, beef teriyaki, crab rangoon, spare ribs, as well as chicken wings and shrimp. The China House also offers all Chinese favorites, as well as sushi and hibachi, plus American food and ice cream. Try seafood, beef, chicken, sushi, and more from their most popular buffet items. Let China House tempt your taste buds. Call 815-748-0032.